Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is January 9th, 2026, our first Friday together, and we already got the jobs report. It was kind of a snoozer, aka you did not get that much new information that you already didn't know. Nothing real big in the labor market. Nothing changed too much. It didn't change the rate cut odds. There was a couple of revisions, which, I mean, those always get me a little fascinated, but when it's all said and done now, what we are waiting for is not only how the market develops. There was a couple of headlines over the evening that I think affected a couple, or you can actually see it today. They're not, I know. There was a lot of different industries affected. We'll go over all of that. And now, some point throughout the middle of the day, we are going to be hearing from the Supreme Court on tariffs, but kind of like the jobs report, you might get a lot of different reactions. So we're going to talk about all of that. We're going to get ready for the morning, baby. But Chatadonia! Good morning. How you doing, baby? What up, you right? Oh, you're right. Oh, that was not my first voice crack of the year. Snoozer. Oh, my goodness, man. My goodness. What up, Tyree? Farmer Jove, Lord, Starblazer, the Swafty, Dirty Bird, E.B., Jackson, Tyler, Mr. Edwards, Christopher, Miho, PNC in the house, baby. Good morning, Mark. Oh, good day. Start. ABC, the strong term. Good morning, baby. How you living? What up, Epic Eric? How you doing, Reese? What up, Strategy, SGD, Tim Whitman, Ansel, Patrick, Gerard, your boy, Aztec Cowboy Caliente, Frajito, Dio, Gus Gonzo. What up, baby? How you doing, River Nader? What up, Battleborn? What up, Patrick, Mr. Trapato, Alex Enzo, Anas or Anas? Either way, baby. Good morning. What up, J Sauce? What up, Skittle? Chad, I hope you feeling good. What up, Christina? How you doing, baby? So, man, let's have a good day. It's our first Friday, and again, there's actually a lot of different industries that are moving and that we can talk about. So I hope y'all living good. I hope y'all feeling good. God bless America and Chatadonia. Here is your boy, Josh AI, with the news. Good morning.
Geopolitics of Trump cancels second Venezuela attack, citing improved cooperation. FTCNBC. Earlier signaled strikes on cartels. Bloomberg. Nearly 20 oil execs to meet Trump about rebuilding Venezuela's energy sector. Trump flags $100 billion investment. Bloomberg, Politico. Trump administration considers payments to sway Greenlanders to join U.S. Reuters. Trump says U.S. will soon start hitting Mexican drug cartels on land. The Hill. Trump says Taiwan's future is up to Xi, but he'd be very unhappy with changes to the status quo. Reuters. Iran experiences internet blackout amid widespread protests. U.S. watching closely. Axios. FT. Reuters. Japan. PM Takaichi may gamble on snap election as poll ratings soar. SCMP. Corporate Rio Tinto and Glencore to hold buyout talks to create $207 billion mining giant. FT. Reuters. Merck in talks to buy Revolution Medicines for up to $32 billion. FT. TSMC revenue beats estimates, bolstering hopes for continued global AI spending in 2026. Bloomberg. Intel shares climb after hours after Trump praises CEO Lip-Bu Tan and government investment. CNBC. OpenAI's ChatGPT shopping checkout launch lagging amid limited merchant availability. The Information. Musk's xAI reports wider quarterly loss, says it will power Optimus humanoid robots. Bloomberg. NVIDIA-backed Lambda seeks $350 million pre-IPO funding to support H2 2026 IPO plans. The Information. Snowflake to acquire Observe, expanding into application monitoring and observability. The Information. Minimax Group shares doubled on Hong Kong debut as investor demand surged for its consumer app. FT. Reuters. Warner Brothers Discovery willing to restart talks with Paramount if it raises its bid. Semaphore. Consumer electronics prices set to rise this year due to memory chip shortage caused by AI demand. FT. J&J strikes deal with Trump administration to lower drug prices, gains tariff exemptions. Link. Sachs nears $1.25 billion bankruptcy financing offer from bondholders aiming to take control. Link. Reuters. NVIDIA hires Google veteran Allison Wagenfeld as first CMO. Link. GM discloses $7 billion hit from EV transition, China restructuring challenges, FT. Qualcomm to provide new infotainment technology for Volkswagen, Reuters. Meta hires former Doge and Trump election lawyer as lobbyist, Bloomberg. Anta Sports has offered to buy the Pino family's 29% stake in Puma, Reuters. Washington, Trump urges Fannie, Freddie to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds. Link, New York Times. Home lender stocks rally in response, Bloomberg. House comfortably passes bipartisan package of 3 spending bills to avoid another government shutdown, AP. Senate blocks further U.S. military action in Venezuela without congressional approval, FT. Trump lashes out the Hill. House passes bill to restore expired health insurance subsidies amid rising premiums, NY Times, Reuters. State and local governments urge Congress to delay Trump food aid bill provisions over costs, Reuters. 5 Democratic-led states sue Trump administration over frozen $10 billion plus child care and family assistance funds, Axios, Trump NYE Times. Trump says he'd self-limit power by his personal morality, not by laws or treaties, New York Times. Main takeaways, The Guardian. Trump says Venezuela did not give Beijing a precedent over Taiwan, but it is up to Xi, Reuters. On the U.S.-Russia nuclear treaty, Trump says if it expires, it expires. Says would seek a better agreement, Reuters. Markets and investors rotate out of tech into cyclicals and defense as economic reacceleration hopes drive market rally. Link. Wall Street eyes long-term investment opportunities in post-Maduro Venezuela's energy and infrastructure sectors, FT. SEC says advisors may use AI to assist proxy voting decisions but not to replace human judgment, Bloomberg. Trade/tariffs, importers prepare for possible $150 billion tariff refund battle pending Supreme Court ruling on tariffs, Reuters. Taiwan-U.S. trade surplus to hit record high just as trade deal negotiations continue, Bloomberg. India-U.S. trade pact delayed after Modi failed to call Trump to finalize deal, according to Lutnick, Reuters. Economies, China's CPI accelerates to 0.8% year over year, led by food costs, but deflationary risks persist. Bloomberg. Japan household spending unexpectedly rises in November, signaling recovery in consumption. Reuters. German exports unexpectedly fell in November, but industrial output rose. Reuters. South Korea forecasts 2% growth in 2026, driven by consumption and export strength. Bloomberg. Central bank BOJ expected to raise growth projection at January meeting due to PM Takaichi stimulus package. Bloomberg.
Bloomberg. What do you say? Lutnick. Oh, good morning. There's more. S&P futures, they're up by 0.3 on Friday morning trading, near the best pre-market levels following December payroll report. Comes after stocks finished mostly higher on Thursday, with the broadening and dynamic in focus as equal weight S&P outperformed the benchmark by more than 110 basis points. Defense, energy, staples, regional banks, machinery, building materials, builders, chemicals, restaurants, retail among the best performers, while big tech, memory, semis, metals, and biopharma lagged. Treasuries mixed, with the curve flattening, yields up by 2 to 3 basis points at the short end. Dollar is up by 0.2, gold is up by 0.9, silver is up by 4.5, Bitcoin down by 0.4, and WTI is up by 0.5. Catalyst day with December non-farms and potential tariff decision. Payrolls reported showed little change in the broad no hire, no fire labor trend, though printed lower than expected on the unemployment rate. Overall, not likely to shift the expectations for the Fed to hold rates this month. When it comes to the latter, expected ruling against tariffs seen as a positive for risk-off sentiment, though structure and timing, refunds, deficit implications, and shift to new tariff authorities all flagged as having the potential to introduce fresh noise. Elsewhere, state capitalism, affordability push dynamic in focus, with Trump call out for GSEs to purchase $200 billion in mortgage bonds. Geopolitical uncertainty still elevated despite Trump comments about no need for second strike in Venezuela. Mexico, Greenland, Iran, Ukraine, Russia, Japan, China, all areas of focus. Other big story this week has been the pro-cyclical rotations and broadening. December non-farms grew by 50,000, below the 55 to 60,000 street expectations. October and November revised down for a combined total of 76,000. Unemployment rate at 4.4 versus forecast of 4.5. Average hourly earnings up by 0.3, in line with consensus. September housing starts at 1.30 million versus 1.32. Building permits higher. October housing starts 124 versus 133. Permits 141 versus 135. UMich consumer sentiment still to come. Market also expecting SCOTUS ruling on IEEPA tariffs today. Court widely expected to strike down the tariffs. Prediction markets only showing 25% chance that they remain intact, though White House has signaled it will quickly shift to other tariff authorities. Section 122, 301, the most likely paths. Trump meeting with oil executives on Venezuela this afternoon. Okta, VST boosted by power deals. Meta, TSM, with Meta, TSM December quarter revenue jumped 20%, beating consensus. XAI reportedly burned through nearly $8 billion in cash over the first 9 months of 2025. Glenn boosted by confirmation of merger talks with Rio. J&J reached deal with U.S. government to lower select drug prices in exchange for tariff exemption. Intel boosted by positive comments from President Trump. Though little detail, GM announced $7 billion in charges for Q4 related to EV wind down and China restructuring. INSM boosted by guidance on RE case revenue strength. Fannie Mae and Freddie in the headlines with Trump announcement that he is instructing them to buy $200 billion of mortgage bonds. WDFC quarter one missed with destocking and order timing flagged as overhangs. OLN pressured by negative Q4 pre-announcement, and AXTI also down on negative Q4 pre-announcement, which is blamed on China permitting issue. There's more. Actually, pre-market movers. And then I got a little document, but again, you got a lot of the main headlines there. Pretty much everything going on with mortgage bonds and Intel, and there was one more. And then the Meta stuff this morning. That was actually very big. And then RevMed. That was the biotech we kept seeing today. And Merck reportedly in talks to acquire them. I think the amount was $32 billion. Is that what they said up to? But again, people are still debating that one. Eris up in sympathy. INSM is up by 11 off guidance. Love 3.8. JP Morgan upgrade to overweight from underweight. Katos up 3.2. NVO up 2.9. CICC initiates outperform. Intel up 2.6. Trump post on great meeting with very successful CEO Liputan. DraftKings 2.3. Texas Capital initiates at neutral. Flutter 2.2. Texas Capital initiates at buy. PWR up 1.7. Seaport upgrade. LMT 1.4. Truist upgrade. MO 1.3. UBS upgrade. DCI 1.2. Jeffries upgrade. AAL up 1.2. Susquehanna upgrade. Tilray up 13. They had earnings yesterday. Cure 13.6 announces Type A meeting scheduled with FDA to discuss BLA for AMT 130. SPRY is up by 11 in reaction to Aquista Therapeutics regulatory development for Anaflim. Oscar is up by 5.9. UBS upgrade. SEDG is up by 4.7. TD Cohen upgrade. TIC is up by 4.3. JP Morgan initiates overweight. SGML. No. I went one more. Yeah, there's a lot more. MLTX up 37. Outcome Type B meeting. ISPC up 16.2. Oversubscribed placement. Oh, no, this one's the one from yesterday. How many times did I just click? Please hold. I skipped the second one. Yeah. This is the one. Sorry. Array. 4.2 TD Cohen upgrade, MLTX 3.9 BTIG upgrade, Liquid A 3.9 preliminary UTEPA sales of 90 million anticipated milestones. SHC is up by 3.5 Piper Sandler upgrade. ONDS is up by 3 pricing 1 billion registered offering. ARDX 2.7 Piper Sandler upgrade. CLF 2.6 Morgan Stanley upgrade. CSIQ 2.4 private placement. GNRC is up by 2.3 Baird upgrade. ANAB 2.2 files motion to dismiss Tesaro's claims of anticipatory breach of contract. Docs 2.0 RBC Capital outperform. ANPA up 93. Calv up 14.2. Update on Acterily launch. Preliminary Q4 revenue. iBio up by 10. 26 million private placement. ZNTL up 5. Walters discloses purchase of 6.5 million shares. VOR is up by 4.8. Nuclear shares up after the agreement between Meta, Oklo, VST, and Terra Power. And then residential, this one's important. Not only the residential stocks, because everybody keeps, this is on the document, everybody keeps talking about the the home builders, but it's the home lenders. So Arquite, UWMC, any of the Quickens of the world. There's a couple of other small ones too, but those are the ones that are really benefiting off of this, as well as we'll watch what happens with bonds. But trading lower, RGC down 4, Rio down 2.8 on Glencore talks, GM down 2.3, additional EV-related charges, ONON down 1.9, Williams trading downgrade, Qualcomm down 1.8, Mizuho downgrade, BBNX down 17, preliminary Q4 results, AXTI down 14 off guidance, WDFC down 8.2 off earnings, PCRX down 7.8 off guidance, Lunar down 3.1, Stifle downgrade, Matt down 1.7, Goldman downgrade, AQST down 37, regulatory development for Anaflip provide business update, FlyX down 5, 2 million share offering, iHeart down 5, Goldman Sachs downgrade, and that is it. That is it. Do we got good time? We do. We got a little bit of time to kind of sum all of this up and discuss. So, where should we start? Do you know where we're going to start? I think you know where we're going to start. Your good old non-farm payrolls. And what we got today. Why so big? How you make it? Oh, we make it big. There you go. There you go, Habibi. So, yeah, the non-farm and Supreme Court today, obviously, these are our big surprise factors of anything that could happen. You already went through one of them. Non-farms was not surprising at all. It was, that was like the first, real release that we got on time in the last, 4 months. So it could have went a lot of ways, but it didn't change any of the narrative, especially with how back and forth the Fed has been on some topics. So that's what we got. Otherwise, the Supreme Court stuff now, that might be a big reaction. But like I told you guys, I'm not really expecting much. A lot of people aren't, even though they do expect that it could get struck down. It could cause a big reaction, and that's what you should keep your head on a swivel for, but it'll probably be short-lived, and then now some names are going to move more than others. It'll affect some people, importers, exporters, goods versus services. That's what you want to look out for in a weird way. The good part about all of it is something they are calling fresh noise. I mean, think about it. Not much has really changed. You've kind of been in this range, really ever since last year. Even towards the end of it, it's not like you know everything. It's not like there's been anything new. So we'll see how it all plays out. But if we could get some fresh noise, it'll cause back and forth. You'll start to hear about all the different 132s, 122, 301. It sounds like a Mike Jones phone number. But the whole point, it's going to add some information, and depending on how it plays out, I mean, I'm open for a big volatility move, but other than that, we will see how it plays, and that is going to be our only catalyst until we start moving into things next week. So that's number one. Number two, Iran. So, yeah, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. Remember, the Venezuela politics started to show up in oil, but that Iran stuff was getting pretty bad. And again, this might be the over the weekend news, so keep this in mind. I'd be watching oil. Again, there's not small things happening there, so watch out for all of that. And then this one driven a lot of plays this morning. The nuclear hype. So Meta, they put out a blog post saying they're partnering up with Vistra, Oklo, and TerraPower. Both of these are up like 14, 15%. All the other little UUUs and uranium plays, they're all running as well too. So watch out for that. Again, just like yesterday, you guys remember how, there was the defense stocks, the space stocks and the drones. They started to go up a little bit, and then pretty much after the first 30 minutes, hour, it kind of chilled out. I wouldn't be surprised to see that today, but this is going to be a area of focus that's going to draw a lot of people in as they start to check the scoreboard. So watch out for that. Other than that, this is another one. China. They are quietly ripping. I don't know if you guys have looked at the Shanghai Composite, but pretty much since middle of December till now, it's only had 1 or 0 down days. It's been on a pretty nice streak. So even though K-Web and some of the China names aren't moving, China's starting off the year pretty well. So if that starts to lead into another area, just keep this in mind, depending on where it leads us. So watch out for that. Is this the last one? I think so. I already told you guys this one, but the $200 billion in mortgages, you could watch the long end of the curve. It's a pretty big plan. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever done this before. Try to buy this much mortgage-backed securities, and you guys see the idea, right? Because this is all for the midterms. This is all for the affordability push, because they're pretty much saying, hey, even if the Fed doesn't raise rates or lowers rates, and they're going to play this game, even though they've cut like almost 1% already. Yeah, we've cut about 3 times since the last like 6-8 months, and they're saying long end's not going down. Let's go buy mortgage bonds to bring those. Let's buy the long end of the curve to help bring those rates down. So people are talking about home builders, but really it's the lenders. So again, on the morning, where is the plays? So I only like Arquite, UWMC, but I mean, literally, there is like 10 of them. So again, you could watch the home builders, the Toll Brothers, all of that, but these are the ones, right? Oh, is it on the next one? Please hold. Yeah, right here. So OPAD, Beeline, these are the ones that are already like literally 40%. Beeline up 20, LDI, Open Door even better, UWMC, 2, Arquite, AGNC, Lennar, ARR, and DHI. Those ones are going to be the good ones, but if anything, I do prefer Arquite and UWMC. I think those direct lenders, consumer, they're going to have a little bit more juice, but there might be a lot of areas to play this. And again, just like we said with stuff yesterday and what we're watching here with some of these other catalysts like the meta stuff, this might last for like 30 minutes, an hour, and then that's it. Oh, you can't see it? My bad, brother. But yeah, here it is. So OPAD, Beeline, BLNE, LDI, Open Door, Better, UWMC, 2, Arquite, AGNC, Lennar, ARR, and DHI. Ta-da! Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a coat. Hey, happy Honda days. But yeah, that's all that I got for you guys. So good morning. I hope you're ready. Let's have a good day. If you're going to post any plays, I need a why or a because. Or I might be a little bit harder on you on a Friday. You know, I think we need to turn up on Fridays. Not like turn up in like, let's go party. Like turn up the standard, baby. So I hope y'all ready. But if you have any questions, now would be the time. I do have a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching VST, obviously, Oil, Intel, RevMen. Again, if that offer, like I'm saying, if it goes up to $32 billion, we might be able to scam it a little bit. Otherwise, Ares, I think, is a great one. We pretty much talked about that all week. Cure, if you guys remember, Cure got clapped by the government in like their trial. But that one they scheduled the meeting, already up 13. If people want to keep hyping it, it'll move. But other than that, it might just kind of fade. But I'm going to be watching that. And then Arquite, Lennar, and OPAD. I don't really like OPAD, but since it moved up 40% on this type of news, we'll go from there. And then again, Intel. We'll see where that all leads us. So, Chattadonia, God bless ya, and good morning. We got a little bit of time for questions, or maybe we just begin now. Let's get our Pledge of Allegiance in here, and then we could just begin. You know what I'm saying? We could start getting things popping, my friends. Woo! So, you know the vibes, right? You know what we do, man. You know, honestly, it's kind of sad, bro. It's sad the things we see every day, bro. Every day the world gets a little crazier. But, you know, we live in a great country. It doesn't mean we lived in a country that never made mistakes. But, man, it is a beautiful place that we live in. We have a lot of freedom. Freedom is so important. Free and accurate, critical thought. But, bro, you have no idea. So it's so valuable. And I think it's a great thing, bro. And I hope none of y'all ever forget it. And I know it's easy to look around on the news and everybody going crazy all the time. But when it's all said and done, man, we live in a great, great place. And you got a lot of opportunity here. And I do hope you even know you got a responsibility to keep it up, man. You're an American. And even if you're not an American, we still got love for you. I think that's part, America. But before we begin our day, before we chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we got to pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this nation. God bless you. God bless your families. They made a sacrifice as well, too. We love all of you, man. man. And at the very least, beyond just these words, I really hope you could use all of what we're doing here and really get a long-term, save the money and grow your money, own the land, and do stuff that really lines up with the discipline and the time commitment you've already made. And I'm telling you, bro, it goes there very, very good. So God bless all of you, and thank you for your time. And before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Oh, Chattadonia. Good morning. Good morning and God bless. Good morning and God bless, baby. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm ready. We got a good day, man. It's going to be a good day. Did you know that? Oh, I don't know. Did somebody tell him? It's going to be a great day, Chad. I hope they feel me, man. So, we got about 4 minutes. That's enough time for me to take a potty break and then answer any questions. Again, I already got to clap some of y'all for the plays, bro. We ain't doing that, man. I don't know. You already know the vibe. Give me a reasoning. I ain't going to discuss it with you, man. So let's go. But what was it? You kept asking about the live. Locked In is only going to have the videos at night. So, but you guys are here now. I gave you guys the morning stuff this week. We'll decide, or maybe we flip a coin by every week to see if we keep going or not. But either way, I think we started off pretty nice, pretty gently. I mean, most people got it on board. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. And then you do have the chat room freed. So you guys are able to talk. No members only on that. You do have a delay, yes. Again, I've explained this pretty much every day, even when we did it. So I'd encourage you to get with it. But there's ways you could use it. You're still going to get the news pretty fast and all the info. But I am expecting you to kind of be monitoring the situation on your own as well. But it could protect you at most times, and you should still have a jump on the rest of the world, my friends. I need to go potty. Man. Let's go. It's going to be a great day. Great day. Let's go, baby.
It's a call, baby. Feels like it's going to be a good day. Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, be great, that's that, no way, we changed, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that, can't believe they missed it on my kindness, I can't believe they forsake all the guidance, I can't believe they couldn't see the timing, Father, think we should remind us. I'm free, no strings, no chains, that's that. One God, one king, one way, that's that. Sovereign, supreme, what you know about that? One thing before you leave, please don't come back. Never needed, then you needed Jesus. I'd rather have no friends and hang with demons. Your brother gonna show up when he needed, but can the two still walk with that agreement? Satan, hold on by a crib, that's that, that's ours, why wait, we great, that's that, no way, we change, what's the plan, that's that, out my way, that's the play, new game, that's that. Wanna gamble, that's a game for the gods, what's the matter, thought you knew about the laws, Father, why do they complain about your laws, ask for justice, but they made sure it was gone, soldiers mental, I can see it in your eyes, getting loud, but you were quiet when they lied. Kept it honest, but they only took in pride. If one was lost, don't we leave the 99? Father, forgive them, they don't know.
Chattadonia. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's have a good day. You got a little bit of policy there with the bonds, the intel. There was one more that just keeps slipping my mind. Oh, the meta stuff. The meta. And then China, bro. China secretly running. And dog, I don't know. Everyone's like, it's a mystery illness. I think there's just a bad cold season, bro. I think the gym already, bro. All the new people, I mean, I was not feeling it yesterday, bro. I went to bed at like 7:30. You know that, but I feel a little better today. So yeah, we didn't have a video last night, but again, it's just tariffs and then this and then all those other little headlines we already went over. Watch some of those biotechs, and then again, we'll see where some of these lenders lead us. Again, just like yesterday, you guys seen it. You know, people get excited in the morning, and you'll get some of those moves, but then if it gets to like Chop City, they're pretty much gonna fade. So if you want to call out any of those plays, do it now and tell me why, because an hour from now they may not be as effective. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Charadonia? So let's go. Less than 10 seconds. God bless America. And yeah, the Melania movie, yeah, I did see that. I saw the trailer. Round one, fight. Alrighty. So yeah, man, some of those small lenders are pretty crazy. Premiums on the lending stocks have already went up. So not too much depending on which one it is. I could see it in your eye. Alright. And then I watched the RevMed sympathy, but again, RevMed, there's no confirmed value. And then essentially where it's at now, there's a lot of meat on the bone. Pretty much 22 billion right now. So that up to 32, that's many dollars. It's actually gigantic though. Again, if you think like market cap wise, that's like already massive. So let's see. Oh, there is options on that shitty one. I don't even know what it is, bro. Damn, some of them didn't even move. All right, you know what? I could be down. You've had a cold since Christmas? I know, I told you my girl got sick, but then I was fine. But then literally just yesterday, last like 2 days, ever since, I mean, I hit the gym both days in a row, and then that's how it felt. I don't know if you could relate, but All right. I don't think this is a good play. It's Friday. You guys want me to give you a play? You want me to tell you which one? I'll tell the locked in. Locked in, you guys, I'll tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you the exact one. I'm going to just tell you the stock. And then, but then I'll give you other ones some hints. So not a recommendation. So not a recommendation. It's related to the lenders. It's a shitty lender play. Just in case it keeps going. Intel's good when you sell at 40s and buy back below 40. Good stock. I mean, I'll accept it, man. At least you gave a reasoning. You know, I feel you. Because, like, in a weird way, it does do that every time. I know exactly what you're saying, but I don't know if I could advise that on it. Just be careful. But, yeah, we like Intel. We like Intel, bro. Yeah, you guys are on about a minute delay. I think a little less, and then depending on your internet connection and the latency. And then locked in is on real time. But like I said, you should still be getting headlines before everything. I should have you look at your own screen as well. So that way you're not kind of just like blindlessly, just doing whatever it would be. But at the same time, you're going to be able to, you're still going to have a jump. Getting louder to quiet when they lie. So yeah, like I said, I think those plays were shit. But it might still move. Just in case. And then what was the other one? Vistra. Their Terra Power is foreign. If you're Canadian, I think you could trade it for the Canadian. Actually, damn, nobody traded these. So that's all equity move. Literally, I don't know if it's not open, but the option chain on VST is dead. Like, literally, there's like, am I tripping? Is it open? It may not be open, but I see asks. It doesn't look like it's. Yeah, Vistra, just no options are traded on that. Interesting. You don't think it's open? Open Door even moved up on that too. Yeah, again, Intel's running on the comments. Is it Rocket Mortgage? No, I mean, but they could, depending on the definition of shitty lender. Speaking, and then UMC too. Yeah, NVO is just doing good ever since that pill shit. And then NVO, right before we started here, there was a headline there on Amazon offering the Ozempic pill. Do I recommend T-Tech? No. But isn't it related to energy and nuclear, or am I tripping? I know our tech is the coal play. But again, these plays like uranium, nuclear, again, even like some of the foreign mineral plays, they're still pretty active. I mean, you're not getting the craziness like last year, but they are starting to tick up a little bit. I think that's why people like them, because you're getting these smaller headlines, and a lot of them kind of faded. So puts them at a different price, a little bit of opportunity. I just don't know. There it is. Vistra's open now. So yeah, that shit was closed the whole time. Nvidia expense, Habibi. Oh wait, I think I found one. What time is that? Netflix. I've heard. Let me make this play, and we'll talk about Netflix, because everybody keeps bringing up Netflix. Everybody is like really about that life for some reason. Okay, yeah, there was one cheap one. There's one cheap one on Vistra somewhere. You got to find it. A little bit of time on it, not a short term. Not a recommendation. Oh, I forgot. Silver, it did start off good. And then silver is outperforming nickel on the year. But yeah, Netflix. I mean, again, you guys, I love Netflix. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people are, they're kind of going for it as like one of the big techs, and it's a big decline. I see the appeal, but it's hard to get behind, buy this for the long term, just because, we did buy it a couple years ago. And there is going to be a little bit more drama with the WBDs things. And then again, if it doesn't, I just think the thing, a lot of people, if you are thinking long term, I mean, at least you're buying it when it's lower than higher. I love that. But just keep in mind, I do think what's going to happen with a lot of people and a lot of names is that they may not go down, but they may not go up. And that could be a theme here this year, where a lot of things, where you might just like compare like Bitcoin to critical minerals, or Bitcoin to like gold and silver, where it may not go down and it may stay the same, but then some similar industries and opportunities might go a little crazy. So I think Netflix as a swing trade might be a lot better. Long term, I'm just not, I can't really get behind a stock that we're up like 400% on or something. Yeah, NVO really ripped. It sucks because like it just started from such a low point after that 40 whatever. But other than that, they are getting hyped on the seg. Remember, it got a little killed on the Alzheimer's stuff when people thought that was going to be the lotto ticket. But now sales, people are getting very hyped just in general, still on GLPs. And then now at least you got a new segment. And it seems like the new segment they're offering is literally going to, it's going to address that whole area of people kind of regaining weight and other stuff after, starting and stopping Ozempic. Positive rules, we touch 7K. I think maybe either way. Just it all depends, but that's why I'm saying the SPY's starting to melt up a little bit more. But depending on the on what type of, if they do the refund or not, it's going to affect certain industries. But then it's just going to add noise. It's going to add something new to look at, and that alone might be a good enough driver. Eli Lilly 2000? Oh, I don't know. But Eli Lilly's the leader. in that space. So, and then they also got a couple other things. Intel's still going. Habibi. Airaj chilled. Where's RevMen? Dude, I think it hit 120. Yeah, that already faded there. So again, that's really already high out of the range. Tesla, I don't know about that. I think Tesla, though, just with all the robotic stuff. So I don't know if you noticed a lot of these questions you guys are asking me. I could answer the information, but I'm not really looking too much on the this price, that price, and playing it in that sense. But if you could use the info, you could make that judgment on your own. Seize the fifth tanker. Yeah, we're hearing that a little bit. Nike is going up. Let's see if we get that rally. I mean, Russell's already up 1, or the rotation. Russell's up 1, SPY 0.3, NASDAQ, Dow. They're all literally 0.34, 0.36, 0.37. It is, well, that's another thing. The tariffs, the Supreme Court is going to address it today. They might delay it. You know what I'm saying? They could. But people are expecting, this is like the first time that we're going to hear from it. Where's Tesla? NVIDIA. NVIDIA is back to green. Google. So this time, I mean, it does look everything except Apple. Apple and Microsoft. And Amazonian. Bloom Energy. Vistra chilling out. OPAD. UWM. Oh, where are the space stocks? Yeah, they're not doing much. Defense. Actually, LMT's up another 2.8. And Katos. Where can you see the updates and news? Right, you got a news wire on the screen, if you notice that, and then you're going to be in real time. But I don't know. I don't know if locked in might be the best for new traders. But if you want info in real time, definitely. So we'll talk about it here in a little bit. This has been a conversation, we've been having, because I've been telling people, man, if you really want to develop your trading, and especially with some of the stuff we learned last year, it's kind of counterintuitive, but you're long term and how you have that. But at the very least, I'm always down for another talk on budget and discipline, because that is really the key. Yeah, bro. NVO is up 5.5, above 60 now. It's crazy. It's like almost 50% from that bottom. So what? You're going back into like middle of the year last year? Ozempic pills, dog. Reddit. I don't know, man. Are they gonna clap Reddit? Did you see these protests? They're kind of wild. And I do think people are saying they were organized on Reddit, but till then, I mean, homegrown terrorism is profitable. Yeah, Sweetgreen. I mean, people were pumping the whole healthy food things. It's like, I don't know. They're like, healthy food's gonna go up because they changed the food pyramid, and I'm like, really? Like, is that are Americans really that dumb? But then maybe. So, but other than that, we just like the value. But kept them. I have both of those small. Chipotle was a little bigger, but we are. It was a smaller amount on Sweetgreens, but it did come back. Nice. You bought a house in Florida, leave it in Michigan. Oh man. Well, enjoy it, bro. No more snow. You will get humidity. But that's dope, bro. Congratulations. Yeah, SanDisk up 7 after yesterday's little fiasco. Again, Micron as well. It was like Micron, Dell, TSM. TSM didn't they have a quarterly update today? Or like a sales update? AMR, isn't that a home one? No, Alpha Metallurgical Resources. And then Intel. Yeah, I forgot. We already hit 44, but Intel was great. Rocket Lab's starting to go up. I think Lunar got a downgrade. Rocket Lab's up 3. ASTS is up 4. So, yeah, Lunar's down 6 because of the downgrade, but I think they're all starting to go. The lagger ones aren't moving as much, but the ones that were already running there. Getty, kind of chilling there. And then who's the other one? Oklo. Oclo and VST. So again, those with the gap up, they honestly haven't done much. It's only been 15 minutes, but still. Yeah, the drone stocks all running. Again, even defense. I don't know, RTX at break even, and then there's CCJ for uranium. But yeah, LMT, the drones, they're all really going up there. Again, even all the space stocks except the laggers. Be crazy for gold. Yeah, once we're done with that rebalancing, but even most people are still saying for the whole year. They are expecting a similar year, which I think is surprising because I think gold and silver, it's been several years now, it feels like, of this kind of nuttiness. But, don't forget, I was talking about it yesterday, but the dollar debasement. Do you guys remember that last year? End of last year, everybody, dollar debasement, dollar debate. It's like people shut up about it. But no, that's still in play. It's still kind of one of the major themes here coming into this year. So we're starting to get moved on there, but I do think it's there. Mexico's Shine Ball will strengthen communication with U.S. after Trump's comments. I asked our foreign ministers to get in touch with Rubio and, if necessary, to speak with Trump. ASTS is a space stock, right? I just think space stock has a potential to kind of be the front runner of one of the bubbles this year. But other than that, I think they're all dog shit. But then again, like I said, me thinking things are dog shit and hating it, that is also an indicator in and of itself. So good luck, but I don't view it as anything serious, but there could be a short-term opportunity depending on how much crack people do. So we'll see. How do you restart your long-term? Would you wait for the crash? No, I would never wait for a crash. That's ask a lot of people, man. That's just, I know a lot of people in my life that have been waiting for a crash since 2015. They even got it in 2020, if you think about it, relative to the S&P price. But yeah, you go right away. So I don't know if you were here. We built the long term, and then we turned it into a crib, but we rebuilt right away. And thankfully we did. You know why? Because the first play to rebuild was Intel. I don't know if you guys remember that. I have a couple of silver options, but I sold most of them. But I'm like $5 in the fucking money on them. I have like 60s or 65s from before I left for break. But yeah, they expire next week. So it's all free, essentially, if you don't understand. So I'm not too involved in it. I wanted a bigger squeeze, but then again, you got one of the biggest in the world, so I don't know why. And, I should be happy. And I am, but still, you know what I'm saying? We could still do a little more. CRH. iPad, OPAD. That one's still up. What was the other one? BLE? Was it BNE? The fuck was that one? BLNE. Yeah, that one came down. Lennar, there's Sermal. Yeah. APLD's going up. Intel, Sermal, again, a couple of nuclear plays. Actually, Intel is starting to really ramp. But yeah, so here's the long term. So you can see it. We grew it. It went big. Turned this into a down payment. And then right when it dropped, we just started rebuilding. So I would definitely start getting, if you can, there is expenses that come with a new home, and then you got the mortgage and all that stuff, but, I would try to start your rebuild as soon as possible and little by little, but we did get hooked up, because like I'm saying, a part of the rebuild, Intel presented that opportunity, and I think I made the video of Intel while we were on the property, so it's a good time, man, good time. I would plant the tree, baby. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that could be a discussion. SPY's starting to come down here a little bit. But we've talked about it before, but maybe, I don't know. There is a couple of ideas going around here. Because again, some people feel a certain way about everything going on, but the idea of like waiting for a crash, and that's not there. Again, a lot of people. That's is more common than you think. It's pretty much in inverse greed, because you would think the people who always try to buy at highs and gamble at the highs and it's been playing the bubble, you would think that's greed, and it is, but even in reverse, the people are like, I'm not going to buy anything and I'll put my money to work, but it has to get extremely cheap. Otherwise, because I want more. I call it inverse greed. It caught a bid. Yeah, I see it. I like it. The shitty one moved. Well, let's see. Let's see where do they take it, Habibi. Let's see where they take it. It does. Long term, it's like slow and fast. Again, but you have seen some of those. Like we were just down like 30% on Chipotle, Sweet Greens, and then even NVO. But they go pretty quick. Damn, silver's up 3. So silver's at 79. Yeah, Intel is running. But time in the markets, my friend, is very good for you. Are we getting a value rotation? Because again, Russell was leading. I mean, Dow is actually lagging right now. And then SPY is the best on the big 3. Intel 52-week high on that. Well. Buy a put for the SPY? I do not know, brother. So if that's what you thought locked in was going to be, it's not. I'm not going to do that. But like I said, if you got info or if there's information, if you're going to want to play idea or the opportunity to make a play, it'll be if there's kind of breaking news or probably around the tariff time. If we actually get the right update. But other than that, I'm not too, not just randomly do this or that. Yeah, the defense names are still going. They're killing it. Hassett, I would accept Fed top job if offered. Yeah, staples are not doing too bad. I mean, again, dude, this is another 8%. Hasn't Intel had 8 to 10% days this week? So welcome back, baby. Equifax, Tesla, oil's on the high too. So that's the thing, bro. Have you guys seen it? If you go anywhere on like the normal news, no one's talking about it. You go on damn Twitter, there is the craziest videos of Iran. So again, even yesterday we were talking about it a little bit more about Venezuela, but that is starting to move. Oil around. Yeah, equal weight's up by 0.45. Russell's still leading, but he's doing good. Yeah, Apple did good end of the day yesterday, but kind of struggled. And yeah, they're at the low right now. Even SPY's back to open, not to start going down a little bit more. So just watch for that rotation. See if you start getting the rotation back to the value or laggers, but maybe we get one where they all go down together. We will see. Habibi. Best way to defend against de-dollarization? Are you talking about the debasement? It would probably be either the good assets. Some people would advocate hard assets like your gold and silver, but even then, like a good quality asset, even if it's paper, like a stock or again being in the right industries, that would probably be the go-to. But I do think in a lot of these cases, whether it's the economy, craziness, debasement, you name it, I really think now until like 2030, diversification of both like assets, asset classes, and just even what you're owning. Those are all going to be the ways to do it. I think that's actually one of the best. Well, oil plays, I mean, if it starts to revolve around Iran, just straight up crude oil, you start playing that. But other than that, if it's like the Venezuela stuff, it's more oil companies, oil providers. I don't know if that's the term. Yeah, Sermal's still going. That one's interesting. So that one's up 18 now. So again, all the ones that were mentioned in the meta article killed it. Intel highest since April 2024, up as much as 8.7. Habibi. Reinforce the bunker. Wow. Well, hey, man, we got a farm if you guys want to start building your co-op there. You know, but then I don't know if you'd be able to get there in time. Dude, I don't know, man. It sucks, bro. It was so nice. Bro, it was so nice not being on the internet for like a week. That was just 1 week out of 52, man. And it was beautiful. And then right away, bro, I get back on this shit. Did you see? I posted the video on Twitter. That was crazy yesterday in New York. Even that, and I even showed it to my girl. She's like, it's not that crazy. They're just all talk. I'm like, yeah, but usually people don't go into big crowds and start talking about killing law enforcement. I was shocked. I was very, very shocked. So I don't know. I think we are. I feel like everybody says it every year, though. We just get closer and closer to the Civil War. But holy fuck, dude. Dude, like, holy fuck, bro. You haven't, oh man, if you haven't seen, go on my Twitter, you'll see. I'll play the video once once some of the individual names. Spy's not really moving, but you are still getting those workarounds here right now. Just like yesterday, remember, Spy didn't do much, but some of these names, they're all like kind of building, and then it'll either continue or not. No, bro, that video is nuts. Because, like, even a lady's like, wait a minute, why are we yelling that? And then they were like, nah, it was very, by all means necessary. So, either way, man, welcome. But, yeah, I don't know if you guys want to start building out your bunker and training center. I'll grow the plants. But, yeah, we do have a farm. Intel was the news is Trump made a comment on him yesterday. He just said he had a good meeting with, he was very vague. He said just good meeting with Liputan. Best asset is going to be your DDR RAM. Yeah, I mean, physical stuff, but that RAM pricing thing is actually insane. Like I said, some people, man, you could have outperformed the market by buying RAM. PO 1590 has doubled price already. It's insane. Liputan, great guy. Feel shocked you're not paying attention. No, I've paid a lot of attention, man. I've even told a lot of people nobody cares. I don't know. It's very, very odd. And then I think the voice of reason is been black bagged and muffled up. It's actually, people are little by little and then all at once. Isn't that a movie? Stay blessed, baby. Intel, no. I mean, I love Intel. It was a great price when we got it. We got in before everybody, baby. Remember that video I even made on the long term? That was technically before the government even announced it. But I do remember that week it was at like 18 or 17. And then we got in at like, 19 or 20-ish? Or 20, a little higher, I think. But it was, it moved a lot, and people were still doubting it. You guys don't remember the first couple weeks, too? Even Bloomberg and CNBC was like talking a bunch of shit. And then we just kept loading up on the plays. Yeah, we got it in 24. And then remember, you kept playing the back and you had a whole month or a week where it was easy, and everybody kept fucking they're like, no, it's not. No, it's the government. And then but either way, that was a great one, and I'm glad we got to already stack up on that. On LPTH, I don't know much about it, so I can't really give you it. What industry is it? Yeah, DDR5 RAM, not DDR3. Amen. It's crazy though. There's like a lot that existed already. So like all my old computers have DDR5, or I think DDR4 on one of them. Michigan consumer sentiment 55 or 54, pre-estimate was 53, so a little higher. 5-year inflation forecast 3.4, 12-month 4.2, and I think that's a little higher. I mean, I don't know the expectation for inflation. Overall, the index of consumer sentiment better. You remember that one? That was fun last year. So yeah, 5-year expectation is 0.3 higher, and then 1-year expectation in line. So the 5-year odds went up, but 1-year inflation at 4.2 was expected. Still wildly high. I don't think the tariff decision is out, no. But it's at some point today. And it doesn't necessarily have to be an answer. They might, I don't think people have talked about that enough, but you could get a delay. People don't doubt the delay, but it's still in the realm of possibility. Yeah, Bud's on the high. Again, watching those staples. Staples are trying to hit back to their high again. SPY just barely above open. NASDAQ only up by 0.1, and then Russell's starting to climb again, too. Eagle weight's up, but it's like in the middle. Supposed to be out at 10 a.m. Yeah, it's 10:01 right now, but I don't think it came out. I think it's supposed to just be like middle of the day. Maybe 10 Pacific. But I'm not too sure. It could just come out whenever. Netflix on the low. TPB. Yeah, and then Tesla. Tesla's waking up again yesterday with all the robot stuff and the drones and everything. You would thought it would have caught a bid, but it didn't. Again, right now it's just consumer sentiment, so you might get a little bit of moves. Bonds didn't really react. So if you're on the wire, it'll probably flash red. Guild. Oh, yeah. Where's the biotechs? Where's Merck? Guild's going up. A couple of them are moving. Yeah, they had that. We listened to some of that. That was a couple weeks ago. All right, SPY's starting to move, and bonds. So just be on the lookout for it. Yeah, U.S. Supreme Court will not rule on Friday in Trump tariff case. Woo! So like I just told you guys, in the realm of possibility, they may not rule on it today. This was just the first day that they would, but they didn't have to necessarily. So there you go. That's why you're getting a little pop. But now your two could have been catalyst, they're pretty much nothing now today. So again, non-farms came out. You got that data, but you didn't really get anything. And then now the Supreme Court, it could have gave us, fresh noise, but they're just delaying it. They're kicking the can. So yeah, they're not giving a ruling. Doesn't mean they could do it tomorrow. They could do it over the weekend. They could do it at any time. But yeah, they're not ruling on it right now. So I'm glad I told you that in the realm of possibility. Nike, check. I don't know if Nike has news, but if all the other ones are reacting, it could be related to this. Importers, exporters, like we were talking about. Yeah, even like Lulu. So this could be the tariff reaction. Nike's just going a little bit bigger though. So yeah, some companies are already reacting to this. All right. Let's see. Yeah, damn, Nike got clobbered off of that. Pretty big. I just don't know if it's going to have follow through. They jacked up the asks on some of these, though. $60. Yeah, I don't know. See, if this gets a little worse, if these start to go like 2-3%, it'll move. But if not, this might just be the short-lived reaction. But people are starting to react a little bit. Like, go look at UPS, FedEx, Nike, Lulu. ONON did a little better, but I think they got an upgrade today. And then, yeah, if you guys aren't aware, you have consumer sentiment, and then they just said they are not ruling on the Supreme Court stuff today. The realm of possibility. It would have been nice. I think everybody just wanted the answer, but it is a very big decision. So, there it is, man. No ruling. Repeat first down. Yeah, CMG, a lot of consumer stocks even got hit off that. Even restoration, that one, yeah. That's like 5%. So if it's already past some of the trigger points, we already know the info, but it could still move it. But bigger reactions would be better than not. Some of the premiums are tweaking out, though. I see a lot of 480s on different companies. And oil, even oil reacted to that. I'm going to say check commodities as well. Even then, Dow went negative. Eli Lilly starting to tick up. And then Russell did just give up like 3/4 of that gain. Tech didn't move down that much. So look, even though, so it looks like all the like economy plays, they went down, and then all the tech just kind of stayed there. Even some of them went up. So pay attention to that. That's actually pretty noticeable right there. So like Nike, restoration, shipping plays, the real economy, plays, those moved, but then all the tech plays just stayed the same, or if not went up. So what you're seeing on the low ticker is all of those other ones. What time is it? 7:06. Let's get a check up. 11 a.m. Besant. So NASDAQ 46 green, 54 in the red. Dow 18 red, 12 in the green. And then SPY 256 green, 245 in the red. Is Meta going down? Going down, 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 down. Zuckerberg. I'm sorry. Coca-Cola, though, that one's interesting. It's not all of them, but yeah, and then even like General Mills is going up. So more consumer economy play. Well, again, it's still about 50-50 across the board, and then Dow, that was the lagger. There's the NASDAQ going right on it, too. Bonds catching a bid, and then a couple healthcare biotechs going up. Very interesting. Coke and Pepsi. Oh, Mattel. I forgot Mattel. I remember Mattel and the toys. I remember they react pretty big during all of that in last year. But yeah, they just dropped 4. Where is Bitcoin? I'm surprised gold and silver didn't move more. Any lotto risky plays? I mean, maybe the downside on the SPY if you really want, but I don't think that the delay is. I think it's hard to kind of wrap your head around it in the sense, or the market may very well change its mind, and that's why I like noticing the dynamic of what's moving up and down. I don't know if it's an easy one quite yet. So, and then it's early there too for some of these lottos, but if we end up moving past like 0.5% and you position now, you'll do good. But if this all kind of is short-lived, as Powell would say, then this could just lead us into a little re-rotation after the rotation yesterday. And people just go back to tech, chill out a little bit, and then the talking heads argue about all of this tariff shit. ASTS, man, that one's starting to run. Where are them drone plays? Yeah, those are still up. I don't think defense didn't get affected at all. Nike, we'll see. Nike didn't move as bad. It looks hideous, but like RH, Mattel, those both went like 4%. Long term, if you buy a stock and plan to add more to it, but a month later it's up 20, do you not add anymore? Usually not. I mean, in this environment, because there's so many good plays that are still down. But you know, if you have no other choice, if you have a lot of cash, I would just buy it anyways. If you have a lot of cash, but if you don't have a lot of cash, and then there's way better value, you just you work it where your dollar gets you the most. But I don't like buying premium. I really, really don't. You know, that's why like CMG and Sweet Greens, I could see how that happened because remember, we bought them and then they just got fucking wrecked, which we kind of expected. And you had about like a quarter to keep buying it low. But now that it's up, you just saw that the stock could get wrecked. So what's going to happen? CMG, Chipotle, or CMG Sweet Greens, it's going to have earnings. And if those earnings aren't as good as this 30% move, it's going to come right back down. And then you can buy it again. Otherwise, if it has good earnings, then it's going to take off. And that's what we talked about with some of these plays, because ideally, and this is why if you get a good price, I know you may want a lot of them, but it's like if you get a good price and then it just takes off, a small amount will turn into a large amount. It may be unfortunate because you're like, oh, I could have had more, but it's better than buying a lot and then being down another 30-40%, especially when you had the opportunity to buy it at that discount earlier. So usually I would just wait. If I had over 20% cash, I would start. I wouldn't really hesitate on it. But then again, just remember there's different levels of quality. And then like even like NVO, CMG, you know, I think CMG is a different level of quality than NVO, but like I'm saying, there's other names out there now that if you had a lot of cash, the ones that were down a lot have came back up. You could let it work, do its thing, and then you could go buy some high quality discounts right now. So really, a lot of this I hope you're seeing really boils down to, are you running a high cash balance or not? Because if you got low cash balance, I think it's easy. You know, you hold and let it ride, and that's it. But you have a lot of cash, I wouldn't really, I wouldn't hesitate. Damn, Kato's 52-week high. Again, those in the defense still going space. And that's what I'm saying. Look at this SPY now. It's kind of chilling. You don't really have a decision or a decisive move off of that. But yes, there was a Supreme Court decision of no decision. Trump weighs California home rebuilding order. I don't know what that's in relation to. Yeah, ASTS. Rocket Lab. They fucked up Lunar with that downgrade. And then Fly didn't move as much. You work for CMG? Bro, are you like a manager? Because don't they pay the managers a fuck ton? And do you guys get stock? But yeah, man, I'm a big fan of Chipotle. What is it? The spicy or the honey chipotle vinaigrette? Y'all were right, bro. I'm an idiot. I don't know. I'm a weirdo. Because that shit's just ranch. You know that? This whole time, I thought it was like an add-on for the food, but it's just their ranch. It's hella weird. Damn, he said he thinks it's going to come back down. Yeah, I don't know. They better they need those cheaper offerings and the protein shit. They need that to hit. And then again, people just talking about the consumer this year. So we'll see. But that's why too. It's like I wouldn't chase it. You know, if you had 3 months to get it lower, but if it comes back up, I unless you have a lot of cash, I would wait. Ava was that? Ava Tech. Is this a drone play? It sound like it. But yeah, that Katos, they're really running. Again, even fucking LMT's up 4% again. That's a lot. Remember yesterday did 8? Said Habibi. Again, and then those more tariff affected plays kind of stayed down. They chilled out, but some more than others. Yeah, some of them RH Mattel did the force. Dollar hits 1-year high versus the yen. Home builders not moving. Broadcom's on that. Again, tech seemed to be the one that benefited off of that. Not too much, but then again, a lot on the low. And now you're right back to consumer sentiment tariff delay point. So what? That's what I'm saying. Just be careful on that. It sucks, man. We had we had 2 events today that could have been it. That could have, added some new things, get the ball rolling, but the tariff news just came out. You're 10 minutes behind. We got it to you within seconds. I even kind of foreshadowed it there. Because like I'm saying, everybody's like, it's today, but like that was just the first available date, and it, they didn't necessarily have to rule on it. So they just said they're not giving a ruling today. Doesn't mean they won't, but just not happening today. Next opinion date is in June. I think they could come out before that, but if not, then that'd be crazy. Then, yeah, you got to fucking punt this out to middle of the year. Might be a little better, though. CMG. Someone bought 3 protein bowls and a bowl of rice, and it was $12. Dude, it's not bad. It's kind of crazy. They just have another segment. But we'll see. I mean, it's all going to boil down to the consumer. It's all going to boil down to the behavior of that, everything, man. And like for a lot of these companies. So, but I'm glad. I mean, that's like Chipotle when we bought it. And this is why, remember, this is exactly what we brought up. We knew it could go lower. But this is one of those, like, this has a lot of premium. But it's just only one of few restaurants that could have kept growing, or I guess they need to take advantage of international. But this one, it's a good brand name. It's been up there. It was a big leader at one point. But remember, this one wasn't cheap. Even when we bought it, it was cheaper relatively, but it wasn't like you got, deep value. Good or bad for this SPY? I think it would have been a little bit worse, slightly, because ironically enough, if it came out today, I think it would have been good, even if it wasn't favorable, because that's what we talked about this morning. So that's what I'm saying. I gave you guys the document in the AM, but fresh noise. It's just so damn fucking chill right now. It has been that I think fresh noise, and depending on what exactly they did, it would have gave you a lot more info to chew on that probably would have been slightly better, as ironic as that sounds, even if they rejected it. So I would say slightly bad, but not bad enough to make a play. Tesla, LMT, talk. In defense, pew pew. It's good to be back, baby. I can't believe it though, bro. First days, 2 days, I start getting like a little sick. I don't know, but everyone keeps talking about it. They're like a mystery virus. It's like a cold. You guys remember we used to get colds? But then again, we did go through a pandemic. So I think that fucked up everybody. But yeah, other than that, it's good to be back. I didn't get sick once last year, man. Okay, there's Fly taking off now. Coal BTU. But yeah, so now Lunar is the only space stock not moving. just because they got a downgrade this morning. But it's trying to pick up. But yeah, remember ASTS, Rocket Lab, they're on fire. And again, that was the first idea I shared with y'all when I came back, man. So they've started off pretty nice. Welcome to 2026. Oh, PL, isn't PL one of them? Planet Labs? Yeah, that's another too. Yeah, they only have a couple of international Chipotle. They have one in Kuwait, Dubai, and I think that's it. I could get the metric. But that's why it's like if Chipotle goes international, that's a whole segment. You know, they've grown and done well as a company, and that's all domestically. Let's see. Geographic revenue. Yeah. Oh, they got one in Germany too, and United Kingdom and France. It's all small. So literally 98.2% of their revenue comes from the United States. So yeah, right now internationally is like 1.8%. I mean, somebody said it. I don't know. Someone said you get measles through the air. I said, what? And now Intel's back up to another 52-week high. And at $45. And Ulta. Zelensky discussed possible UK contingent with Healy.
Many people are...
Oh, sorry. I clicked. I have a video I want to show you today. I had to keep it up because I didn't want to lose it. Well, yeah, they have talked about that on the earnings calls. The whole idea is to really, if they could ramp up international, I think, again, if they have a big market here, you get more offerings like that protein shit. It's great, but yeah, that's like a real value game changer down the line if they could really expand around the world. Didn't they say they wanted to do one in Mexico? But then again, I don't think Taco Bell did not do good in Mexico. Yeah, man, long-term loves today. You got value, and then especially Intel. Remember, Intel's became our leader. It's actually starting to balloon pretty crazy because most of our plays, even the big ones, they were kind of in the same amount. But now, yeah, you almost could double this. Like Abivai, Spotify, Airbnb, they were still around the same amount, even MO. But yeah, keeps ballooning. So anytime Intel has a good day, if it's your number one leader, that's where it's really going to move your long term. Oh, you know what they should start selling at Chipotle? Peaches. A cup of peaches. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. You know Bradley Frizzle International. Horn. The Peach Nation. All around the world. Oh, Bradley Frizzle. God bless you, brother. That's the Peach decision. The Peach never delays. The Peach is always there, dog. Oh, my goodness. The man, the legend, the Peach. What up, baby? I put out, let's see, Bowen now, too. And then SPY hit a new high there. So, again, you've already brushed off the IEPA shit and the consumer sentiment. Jobs data was literally not too hot, not too cold, not anything. Goldilocks. And now the Peach is here. And we've been here for just under an hour. NASDAQ's back up to 0.4. So, like I told y'all, man, that little reaction there to all the news, all it did was move up tech. Because, look, SPY, even Dow came up a little bit, but Russell came down. No new highs on anything except tech. The Peach, baby. Woo! So you're going to be sad in 7 months when you lose the Peach badge? Well, I don't know, man. Somebody already came forth with the idea. We were saying maybe we just put Bradley Frizzle's headshot as the next badge. I don't know. I could see it, but then it'd be hella confusing for Bradley because then it'd be his picture and then next to his name, his picture again. I said I would license it from Bradley. I'd license his photo for $1 a day. But so I don't know. We could do that, but we do have the peach, and it is sad if you lose your peach. But that's what happens with consistency. You grow, brother. You grow. I think growing is the only option. Is it too late to buy silver? I don't know. Unless you are fighting off vampires, it's hard to say because we freaked out about silver a lot, and we've had some earlier plays, but I'm not really a big fan of buying silver for the long term. And if you really, my whole idea that I've given with gold and silver, I'm a big believer in physical. Now, I gamble on the paper, like, the short terms. What is this? Real estate brokerages avoid merger investigation after Justice Department rip. Compass won antitrust clearance without detailed probe. And then Oracle's starting to run up here a little. There's something on Compass. Trump posted unpublished jobs data on social media. Oops. How did it know it? What was it? What was the data? Yeah, Oracle's kind of ramping a little bit. NVO at 60. Yeah, I don't know. Oracle's kind of ramping pretty hard. And then FedEx. Most dealers 10 under. We found some people willing to pay $1 under. But yeah, you got to be careful. Again, we talked about this even end of last year. I'm fascinated by it. I think silver is very important. Like I said, I'm tempted to sell some of mine, but I don't know what I'd put the money into. But like I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd put it in your long term. If you really wanted to put it in your long term, it'd have to be physical. But maybe you want to wait till it kind of fucks up once eventually. Because when silver goes down, it goes down. Ask anybody who lived through the other gigantic pops. But other than that, I mean, it's valuable. There's a reason why it's done all this. But it's been 2 years of insane gold and silver moves, and literally like I'm just holding the same shit forever. So it's like it's really hard to say. It's really hard to say buy this, buy that. It's a good time because even after it runs and it's up 80%, 50%, you would think it's not a bad time, and then it doubles again. But one of these days it's gonna get fucked up. But till then, I don't know if you got to really ask yourself what your goals are, because even then, if you do buy physical, there's premium to buy. There's liquidity and weird stuff when you sell. So you gotta think about all of that. You guys hear that? Yeah, it kind of is like Bitcoin. At the end of 24. Because remember, Trump got elected. It ran up from like 70 to like 100. And then it's already up a lot. And then you're like, yeah, it could still go up. But then it also has the ability to go down, and it's volatile already. And then if it does nothing, I think that's what a lot of people are going to get caught up in this year. I think the real risk is that even if there's like maybe there could be big decline, soft landing, hard landing, political issues, you name it. But I think a theme that we're going to really see is that just some shit's is not going to move, while others have really, really good years, and that missing out, the opportunity cost, I think that's going to be where the pain hits. Because that's what you saw, gold, silver, Bitcoin. It's kind of how it played out. This is expensive now, guys. You know that? That used to cost me like $30, $40 to have 2 silver eagles hitting together. Now it's like 200. That's insane. So yeah, I don't know if you should buy it or not. I think if there's catalysts, there's opportunities to gamble on it on paper and playing the price in the short term, but other than that, I do not know how to go about adding gold or silver to your long term. And even if you decide to, the rule that I always used is it should be a small amount of your portfolio anyways. Like when I bought all my gold and silver, it wasn't like I'm holding 10, 20% in gold and silver. That's way too much. Maybe that changes because I've heard people challenge that idea in the last couple of years. But at the end of the day, it's down ballooned to a lot, but I never really it's keep it small. And if you ever want to buy something and you don't know what it's going to do and it's already done a lot, just never go full all in and expose yourself. You keep it small. You could be golden. You could be silver. That was Jingle Bells. Thank you. Jingle coins, jingle all the way. Dollar the basement trade has made. Everybody get paid. Hey. Type of trading is good with $500 to $800 long term. Or waiting for real easy ones. Not really trying to gamble it and scalp all the time, but last year, we made a lot and we turned a lot of small plays into big amounts by being able to interpret information and being really early on it and finding the easy ones. So when there's something driven by like policy, a new event, a new change, that's going to be a good time. And that's going to be where you could turn those small amounts into a large amount. And in the meantime, build a long term. This is what I have had. I've had this conversation every day so far since I've been back, and I hope you guys see it. I'm not trying to stop y'all from trading. I want y'all to have the best info. I want you guys to not get clapped and sucked into the tide and whirlpool of all these fucking people taking your money, robbing you, and getting caught into this degeneracy of the gambling. I think you need to use it and use trading to your advantage, and you can, but it requires discipline. It's going to require budgets, and sometimes it's not as sexy. You're not going to be using all your money. But in the meantime, you build a long term. You get your long term. You make sure from the moment you know about the stock market, you are getting paid off of it and that you are able to own something. And just like gold and silver, I've owned it just as a really long time now. But you want to hold it and build a long term. Start setting up a long term so that you deposit, get a budget. If you could stick to a long-term budget at the slow pace, you're going to stick to a budget when it comes to trading. If you have that discipline and could build that amount, you're going to do the same thing there. So that's where I'd start. Start with your long-term, start with your savings, little by little, high quality, and then I'd wait till the easy trading opportunities where you could get small amounts into large amounts of money. Copper is like silver in the 80s? How so? Well, depending on how they play, that's what's so fascinating. It's about 136 an ounce. It's like 120 to the high 130s. If that's what silver goes to an ounce, it now makes copper more viable for other industrial applications. So it's going to get crazy, but I don't know what you're necessarily referencing. Iron, yeah, Oracle took off. Oracle. Damn, Broadcom. It was all tech, bro. All the fucking tariff stuff and consumer sentiment, it just slowed down the value names. Some of them are still up, but then that was just tech's opportunity to take off. I mean, it makes sense. If you asked me how to grow a tree, you say, how can I grow a tree? It doesn't just grow randomly. You got to get the seed. You got to germinate it. You got to put it in the ground. You got to water it. It has to sprout. And then once you get past that building block and get it up there, then it's going to start to blossom and grow. And then we could talk about growing. But I think a lot of times it's very easy to ignore the real planting process and lining it up and getting control of the habit and budget. And then, honestly, though, wait for the easy ones, man. You wait for the easy ones. That's why I shared with you guys this space stuff. I still don't think that's an easy one yet. But, I'm sure some point every year it happens. Every year there's going to be a major theme. Again, we were talking about silver last year at damn like $30. And that was crazy because I would freak out. All these coins, bro. I would be freaking out every 10, $20, talk about the history, all that. And you had even gold. And then we figured out, we had gold 2 years ago. And we figured it out there with Y and the central banks and all these other things and the rates and the dollar. So every year you'll get a theme. This year it just hasn't emerged because, it's been 9 days. Like the 80s, they wanted to take profits and no one to sell to. Well, you said something about copper. Why we increased all the membership prices. The normal membership price has never increased unless it was YouTube. And then we have locked in. That's what's going to be for the watch list and then for real time. So everything else is the same and you guys are on a 1 minute delay. And then locked in is going to have the morning news. I'm trying to give it to you guys in the morning. I wanted to see how y'all would handle it. And then again, how people would handle the other rules we established last year. So most of you have done good. So that one, we'll put it in the middle there. That one's TBD. But other than that, it should have been the same. Unless YouTube be hoeing y'all. This is all tech. All tech since the data. And then bonds, too, catching a bid. I don't know if I'd call it bond volatility. But, yeah, they're doing good. The watch list is going to be on here. You'll have a video. It won't be today or over the weekend. But throughout the week, I will be getting you around like 5, 6 p.m. We do a video talking some plays and getting ready for the next day. It's time to short this SPY? When you're too scared? Well, I don't know. Like last year, I'd kind of wait till you get catalyst, you get movement. It'll be there, but in the meantime, I don't know. A lot of people have this idea of base case. We gotta short it, but I don't know if I believe in that. It was used in industrial tech. No, there is a good amount. It's the most common commodity or most used commodity in the world, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It's I think it's gonna be there's a big difference between, how do you say it? Is it bullion? I've heard people say bouillon. Is it bullion? How do you pronounce it? But like investment silver is still bullion. I don't know what to call it, but it's still it has its own. That's its own little market in and of itself. Bullion. Yeah, that's how I said it. I heard someone say bouillon. I'm like, it sound like a fancy mustard. Bouillon. Bouillon. State Department visits Venezuela for first time since Maduro's capture. No, well, remember, man, people have been trying to, just, if nothing, it gets frustrating, but remember, no news is kind of good news. And then again, just don't forget, we talked about it this morning, end of the year, everybody was dollar debasement. People kind of forgot about it, but it's coming back, or it's still in play for this year, so asset prices and stocks. That's going to help those, if anything, if the dollar debases everything. So I don't know if, like I said, I just base case for shorting. I'm not really the biggest fan of it. Diversification, on the other hand, collected coin. Everybody who bought coins, man. That's why I'm happy for all the people who stacked, because they finally got a very nice reward after this year. It's cool, man. I don't know. I'm turning into a boomer. I got to see all the cool coins that Derek had, and I like the old ones, like coins from like the 1860s. Very fascinating, man. America. You guys know we didn't just get here, right? We didn't just show up. There's a lot of history, and that's why those coins and money. It's cool to see. You. Where's Vistra? Oh, IRM. Interesting. Architect's trying to climb back up. But yeah, bro. We were looking at one, and it was crazy. It was like a coin from like 1890 or something, and it had like Gothic print on it. Some of them are like, "I'll shoot you." It's so crazy. I started looking. I was like, "What?" Let me see if I can find them. I think it was the Civil War coins. You guys know that? They got coins from the Civil War. Civil War tokens. It's nuts, though. Imagine if you try to tell someone back then, you're like, "I'm buying your coin for $200. They're like, "It's a pen." What the? Yeah, bro. Like, nah, this isn't the cool one, but this is what I'm saying. Like, just OG coins, bro. I don't know. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. But they're all very expensive now. Everything in this space. What was that one? It was like something they will shoot you. It literally had like a crazy ass slogan on it. Yeah, I can't find it. Why ETFs or individual stocks? Yeah, I think on the OG video we talk about it. And again, I mean, we had one opportunity. We were going to do the ETF stuff, but, couldn't buy the fractional last year. But I like it because you could pretty much pick out the good names. And if you invest in something, you get a lot more of a better reward, and it speeds things up. And you don't have to pay a fee on it. And really, I mean, I think if you don't have the time and like you really have no way to pay attention and apply it, and you can't do once a month, ETF's not a bad option. But, I like you take on a little bit more risk going individual, but then it could really lower the, instead of waiting 40 years, you could cut that down to 10, 20. And then I like, if you pick something good and it's useful, you that reward hits the portfolio a lot more. You do run the risk, though, if you go all in on something and it does bad, you will get clapped. And that's where like ETFs protect you, because even if something gets really bad, it doesn't, you don't feel it the same way. We did get rid of the penny, yeah. Oh yeah, dude. All right, I'll show you guys the video. This is crazy. Did you guys see this? I thought everybody would have saw it, but some people are saying they didn't see this. I think this is crazy. This was in New York last night. This is actually shocking. Yeah, I don't know. I had to narrate it for my girlfriend. She couldn't. She's like, "What are they saying?" Do you hear it? They're saying Christine Noem will hang, the border lady. They're saying they're calling for her hanging. A group of thousands of people in New York City. Said, what do you say? Something about when are they going to realize you can't make peace with your oppressor?
You should be. Save our life, kill and ice. Save our life, kill and ice. Save our life, kill and ice.
They're saying, quote, save a life, kill an ice. Dude.
Save our life.
Yeah, here, you'll hear it.
Save our life, kill and ice.
And this lady, she said, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Hey, I dedicate that one to necessary.
By any means necessary. And then she like muffles it, and she's like, why are we saying to kill people? It's crazy.
By any means necessary, bitch.
By any means necessary, bitch.
I dedicate that one. I dedicate that one. Listen.
And then he pretty much says he dedicates it to the lady that got shot, the Renee lady. And he said she did the highest, was it the high, what's here?
You don't gotta chant it if you ain't ready.
Don't gotta chant it if you ain't ready.
Pissed off, aren't we?
Yeah, there it is. You're saying you want to kill someone.
We
got someone from the hands off crowd over here. I dedicate that one to Renee Good. When I say Renee Nicole Good,
Listen to
you
this.
say presente. Renee Nicole Good. Presente. Renee Nicole Good. Presente. We are going to say that. If I may, let us not say her name. Because say her name.
Yeah, Oracle's still going.
Members of marginalized communities whose deaths are forgotten.
Thank you. Fucking hell.
Nobody forgetting Renee Good. She has achieved the highest honor
The highest.
a white person can achieve.
Yeah.
Race traitor.
She has achieved the highest honor that a white person can achieve. Race traitor. Dude, this video is crazy, man. No, this one is crazy. I mean, usually, like, you get the Reddit comments, you get the people, but, like, bro, thousands of people just saying, let's kill people. I don't know. I was, I guess we're starting 2026. It's actually insane. But, yeah. But then, like I said, I showed my girl that. She's like, they're just talking. All bark, no bite. But I was like, I don't know, man. You don't really see that one too often. Well, yeah, and people are saying, they said somebody, like, it's all paid for and all that, and that it's kind of manufactured, and then something about Reddit and organization of it. But, yeah, I don't know. You know what I think we need? I think we need another Black Eyed Peas song. You don't remember that? Like, I don't know. I think it was a great thing where it was just, where is the love? Where is the love? Like, I don't know why we can't get yeah, man, can we get, like, party rock? No. Where is what's wrong with the world today? You know, I remember that. You don't remember that? I feel like that helped heal the people for a little, and then the world went downhill after that. But still, bro, it's kind of nuts. Why are we watching that? Because I wanted to show you it. And, I mean, at some point, we might have to price this shit in, to be honest with you. where obviously not now, but I don't know if you remember the George Floyd stuff. It had a day or two effect on the market, but that was tied into so many other things. But I mean, literally, if we take any steps towards a civil war, we will have to price that in. So, and I did talk about something like this end of last year. I mean, some of these changes. That's why I said, I mean, I've been paying attention because at some point, man, all of your guys' long terms. I mean, the idea of long-term assets and some of the policies being advocated for, and I mean, a very large amount of your peers, if they believe in confiscation and other of your assets and other things, it does change the long-term view in many ways. I never thought I'd ever say that, but we've also seen stuff that is kind of wild when you take a step back. Yeah, and I do remember that. Remember when we were, I got a feeling. But you don't remember January 6th? That was a market event too, in a weird way. I remember watching that live. That was insane. Non-members can chat again, yes. Yeah, so use it to your advantage. Some of y'all haven't, but yes, you can. Yes, we can. Or Fergalicious. I was saying we need the Where the Love song, but y'all, I guess there's a lot more Black Eyed Peas songs than I remember. I was going on with the word today. New York in the coming months, it'll be chaotic? No. I was just there. It wasn't that bad. It was actually really nice. But then again, I don't know how. I don't know the temperature gauged on the whole Civil War thing, but for now, you may as well go there while you can. It's gonna be cold. Thank you for sunshine. Thank you for rain. Thank you for joy. Thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. Toby Tobuscus. What up, baby? Good morning. Good morning. What was the other one? LMT. You need more long term. We all do. We all do. You're in New York City, it's pretty calm. Yeah. I'm saying it's not that crazy. I mean, the world, most places. Remember, there's a different internet world and real life world. That's why I was kind of shocked. I was shocked that video clip was in New York, but it didn't look like that. I mean, I don't know if it looked like that in Manhattan. My music, is it on iTunes? I think it's on Apple Music. Well, it's my uncle, and then Spotify, even YouTube. Type Uncle Answer. Some of them aren't out though, so that's that one hasn't been released yet. The weather is cold. Oh, dude! Speaking of cold weather, y'all got any plays or no? Let me see if I could find it. Isn't it on Robinhood? I know they offer it, but I think you have to. Let me see. I literally just typed in weather. No, I'm just saying, bro. How do weather markets work? We offer a wide variety of weather-related markets that allow users to trade contracts based on temperature movements or precipitation amounts in specific sites. New York City to Los Angeles. Traders can speculate on whether a city will reach a certain high temperature or fall within a particular range. All weather market contracts settle based on the final climate report issued by the NWS, typical released following the morning. So highest temperature by March 16th, 2025, or highest temperature for today. It's amazing. That's real, dog. Still here since 2020. Do I remember you? Yeah, weren't you like 13 or something? How old are you then, bro? You fucking old now. You 19 now, huh? How old are you now, dog? I remember I didn't believe that. I think you sent me your ID. But yeah, I remember, man. I got elephant like a memory. So don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Weather markets are nice hedge bets. What are you hedging? If you forgot an umbrella? You're like, oh shit, good thing I could buy one now because I thought it wasn't going to rain. So I took the it's going to rain precipitation bet. Nah, I could afford an umbrella at any time. I'm going to go purchase a backup umbrella. Relevant to energy trading? All right, maybe, I guess. Because that is something. I mean, to be fair, some like when it comes to like nat gas and oil and some of that other stuff, that the weather does have an effect. I mean, when the weather and hurricanes and it starts to get certain like weather trends, the big banks do put out reports about how that could affect oil, and they do start to price it in, and nat gas especially. But I don't think everybody thinks like that, though. That's the problem. I think a lot of people are hedging their umbrellas. And then speaking of which, oil is on the high right now. Yeah, I got an elephant like a memory. Early worm gets the bird, dog. Come on now. BLN. What time is it? 7:50. Then, bro, we kind of moved that little movement since the tariff thing, but really shifted to tech. I mean, I don't think Staples gave it up, so it's kind of almost everything rally. Intel did chill out after another 10% or 9%, 52-week high. But I'm going to go get me a drink, a water, a bathroom break. God bless America. So, Chad, I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Code News on Twitter.
There's a lot
Oil
of
traders for Venezuela.
Yes,
Get a meteorologist on here.
Exist in the ground. It's going to take a lot to get them out of the ground. And if we could do this, you could see a rebirth of U.S. refining. But do you need those barrels eventually longer term if we're moving away from that type of an economy?
What kind of timeline are we thinking about here? Presuming the president comes out of this afternoon's meeting with a commitment from each of the big oil executives, and they do decide to put money to work. How quickly could they get Venezuelan oil back online?
Years, decades.
Oh,
I don't think there is the political will on the part of the energy industry to really bring those barrels back online. Exxon made a significant acquisition in Pioneer here in the U.S. Chevron spent a year plus battling for Hess in the courts. to invest in Guyana, that's where they're earmarking their dollars. Could there be incremental capital spent in Venezuela? Sure, there can. But to resurrect an industry that was at one point at 4 million barrels a day from roughly 1 million barrels, it'll take a great deal more than just the capital. Where do you send those barrels? The industry has changed since the 70s. The industry has changed just from 20 plus years ago. Now, we're talking about renewables. We're talking more about alternative fuels. We're talking about on-road vehicles being powered by different sources than your typical hydrogen-powered engines. So it is a very different framework, state of play today than it was, say, 10 years ago. But incrementally, you do need those barrels, and it would be great to have that competition for those barrels.
Vince, thanks so much. We really appreciate your expertise here. Vince Piazza, Senior Equity Research Analyst. He follows all the major oil and gas companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. And again, Energy Secretary Chris Wright will be on Bloomberg Television tonight, Balance of Power at 5 p.m. Wall Street time tonight. Maybe he'll have some clarifications and more guidance for the markets here. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM.
Woo! Satellite radio. Oh, yeah, Intel earnings. Remember, they still haven't gave an update on the SEC and how they're going to recognize the investment money. And then if Netflix buys WB, will they get diluted? Are you talking Netflix shares? I don't think so. I don't think anybody will get diluted. I mean, Netflix has enough to buy them. And then I don't know if they're going to give you, I think it might be all cash. I don't know if they're going to give you Netflix shares, but I don't think there will be a dilution event. They might raise money through bonds, but I'm not expecting it to be dilutive. 17. Yeah, did you end up buying that motorcycle? Remember you were going to buy your car, but then I think your dad helped you out. That's good, man. I'll tell you, the theme of this year, man. If you're 17, I think I was around that age. Let's go listen to Charlie Munger, bro. Okay? And go listen to Charlie Munger. And go watch, maybe we'll watch it some today. Go listen to Charlie Munger life advice. But the theme of this year is avoid stupidity. That's it. You do not need to be brilliant. You don't need to chase brilliance. You need to chase avoiding stupidity. Especially if you're young, because if you just do the right things and you do them simply, easily, don't even need to do it brilliantly, and just avoid stupidity, then you'll be good to go. Then you will be on a nice path, and then you put the time working for you to compound. Ooh! It'll be great. That's it, man. Amen. People like to watch the handicap race as if they bet. That's the thing about the betting. It'll get you watching dumb shit just so you could. That's what happened. It's already happening. People are just like betting on anything. You got motherfuckers watching basketball games in China. You know that? They're watching like Chinese league games just because they could bet on it. So they like, yeah, man, the fucking Shanghai Dragons. Oh, verse that we got to play. Whoa, this is a good game. I don't even know who the starting point guard is. You been studying Are you going to be a meteorologist? That's cool. I mean, shit, bro. Go get a job at the NWS, man. We got it. I think it might be very profitable. Oh, man. Yeah, it did. That did happen in 2020. I remember that people were betting on Russian ping pong. I don't know. Netflix, y'all got to decide. I don't know. I think that's one of the more surprising things. How many people have asked me if they should add Netflix. And again, I get why, because look at this decline, bro. That's a fat ass decline in the last quarter. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm the guy to ask for this. We're in at like $17, I think. So $21 is our price. Colt Sisters in at 17. So it's up a lot. And I just, yeah, I don't like I tell you, I wouldn't buy anything I'm up on. And you got some names that are trading really low. At least it's low. It's at I don't know if it's a 52-week low, but at the end of the day, I mean, that one's going to be if you want to buy the dip on certain Mag 7s. That's up to you. But everything past that, I mean, I do like other names a little bit more that haven't ran as much, and I think you get better deals. And then if Netflix really does decline, and think about it, we made that purchase not too long ago, a couple years ago. If the world ever gives us an opportunity, and it gets a little bit more fair, or like NVO, where these high flyers can get slashed, I would love to talk about it then. But it's not really, Netflix isn't really on my radar. There's so many other ones from the end of last year and coming in and now that I'm looking at. Is Pizza still deep value with the food guidelines? I think it is. It's coming down a little lower if it gets to that price, but at the end of the day, though, I don't know. I don't know if we know how the food guidelines is really going to affect it. I guess we have it hedged with Chipotle and Sweet Greens, but everyone's they're like, the new food pyramid is going to affect the food stocks. I think it would affect like the fucking Cheeto makers and shit a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know if my first thought isn't going to be like is everybody that robotic? They're like, okay, I'll buy healthy food now. They said the food pyramid upside down. I don't buy pizza no more. But maybe. So I think too early to tell, but I'm viewing the value from a value perspective, not a policy perspective. CME on the low, and then Eras. Where's RevMed? Well, yeah, a lot of people have asked about Netflix. So like I say, it's not really on my radar, but you could still use some of the principles I shared with you to do better on it, or you could still wait and take advantage of the ones that are already at some good value and good quality. But Netflix will be around, which I like. Eras? I know, that's what I'm saying. Did everybody really listen to the damn food? I can't tell you the last time I was making a dietary decision and I was like, yo, let's consult the food pyramid. I really don't think since elementary school. So yeah, man, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Man, bonds are going up here now too. SPY's trying to work its way up. Oracle and Broadcom really got active here today. Yeah, literally, bro. I haven't seen that food pyramid since like second grade. It's like literally second grade. They were all about the food pyramid back in the day, bro. They really were. I was like, I'm Egyptian. I love pyramids. That's amazing. We didn't build it out of food. Next thing I knew, I was drinking fucking chocolate milk out of a bag. Thanks, Michelle. Where's tech? Apple, NVIDIA, WDC, Micron, SanDisk. Remember, those got slashed yesterday, but they came back. Now tech is about to be the leader, but Russell's still in the lead for now. You're not doing too bad. I mean, bonds are climbing too. A couple of other names. Now you got Amazon, and then BTU's doing another one. Remember, that moved earlier. Ooh, excuse me. And Meta. Meta making a couple prints. Everybody in the VST. boosting Oracle. It could. It's part of it. And, I mean, the only bullish thing on Oracle, the death cross. So it had a death cross yesterday or 2 days ago. And then the last time Oracle had a death cross, it literally had 5 months in a row of gains. So, again, you guys have seen that, right? The death cross, sometimes it is bad, but in the last, 5 years, anything major that hits a death cross, it's pretty much bullish. Same thing happened with Bitcoin. That was the last bottom on Bitcoin. You watched 8 minutes of a WNBA game? Wow. It's nice. What happened to that? Okay, SPY's actually kind of really running, man. High ticker, it's a lot of tech, cloud, memory. Those are going up, a few other ones, but low key, it's moving pretty quick. But yeah, what happened to the Remember, was it last year or 2 years ago? I swear you would hear about the WNBA every day. Everybody was pretending that they really watched it. They're like, it's the next big thing. 61 versus 40 on the NASDAQ. SPY, 284 versus 216. Dow, 1515. Pay the plug. Happy Friday, baby. God bless you. Thank you, my friend. Amen. Let's get ready for a good year. The death cross is Oracle, O-R-C-L. Yeah, but nah, man, low key though, I can't talk shit on any women's basketball. After guarding some of these chicks, playing at the rec, nah, I've been cooked many times. So, some girls got game, and I respect it. I respect it, but I still have not watched the WNBA game. Yeah, I'm old and shit. I got a receding hairline. Yeah, bro. They played college, though. Literally, these, girls who played college, they'll show up at the gym, and they'll ball with us. But, I have to guard them because the other dudes are old, but then they're, really good, and it's actually very tiring. Crypto. Oh, I forgot. We got art. Damn. Since when have we been up 129% on Archite? Oh, wait. Wasn't that, who did they buy? Didn't they buy somebody in the, Redfin. That's how. I was like, where the fuck did we get up that much? I forgot. They own Redfin now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, SPY's about to break out. Like I said a couple seconds ago, maybe a minute ago, high ticker's picking up. It's mainly tech, but you are broadening out a little bit. And even on that move, this isn't like yesterday. You're not only getting a staple rotation. You're getting a lot of other stuff going up. Ooh. Where is that? Oh, damn. So, Oracles, they went up almost 100%. You could ghetto spread them. Yeah, Redfin was how he did it. I miss Redfin, but I can't believe they even let Archite buy them, bro. That's a big-ass conglomerate now, if you really think about it. Quicken, Redfin, Rocket Mortgage, all that shit, dude, it's big. Compass, I'm not really a big fan. I don't think I would buy any. I think Redfin was the best exposure to, if you wanted, a real estate brokerage type play. I think that. Right now, with real estate, I do think, damn, they have Mr. Cooper, too. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's huge, dude. But I think depending on bonds, I mean, you could take some risk now or you could wait. But I think REITs are going to be the real opportunity with real estate plays, even that you could hold for the long term. But other than that, a lot of the real estate stocks, they're up. And then we got the best exposure on Redfin. We got that dirt cheap. So I don't know if I'd be buying anybody else. And I don't like Open Door. I don't like Compass. So I like Zillow, I like Redfin, I like Archite a lot. But at this point, I would just be going for REITs. And I do think there's going to be a nice little risk to reward with REITs depending on how you want to play it. Why is PayPal so horrible? Just no growth. I don't think it's horrible. We own it. We just haven't bought it in like 2 years now. And it's pretty much either goes up 15% or stays down. They make a lot of money, but it hasn't had growth. So it's kind of more of a stable stock, stable revenue, slight growth, but that's the reason why it don't really get action. Big Daddy Besant. 8, 9, isn't he supposed to be on? It's 11:14. I ain't seen no wires, and then I heard long time from the amplifiers. Say that 10 and buy it low. I'm sorry. Basson. All right, new high of the day, baby. Again, we are there. Yeah, Supreme Court sets Wednesday as next opinion date. Well, there you go. Like I said, if it's not, they're either going to announce it or it's going to be in June, but they're giving you an idea. So I don't know if they're setting it on Wednesday. That means they may have an answer. They could give a partial answer too. Keep that in mind. Do we have a Liz Truss moment with bonds around Fed chair time? No. I think we would. Why? Because we would have had it earlier. Like in the last 12 months, even last 24 months, there was a lot more opportunities, especially under Biden, where we could have freaked out about all that spending and shit. So, and, people kind of revolting and striking against it, but we didn't. So I don't know. At this point, I don't think that unless something external happened that makes our spending even worse. I mean, people are feeling a little good in terms of both gold reserves, finding money, and the, the tariffs as far as, paying our debt. Because like I used to say it, man, that's what we talked about at the beginning of last year. Like, I thought our $17 trillion in debt, I thought they would never be able to pay that back. But then you look into it, you move some numbers around, it's like, wait a minute, we actually might be able to. And that fascinated me last year. And then again, even if fucking gold doubles and triples as it already has, that also changes things. And even right now, it's either $3 or $7 trillion. I think 3. There is $3 trillion in seized assets. I had that list that I showed you guys last year. That's crazy. So the government has seized $3 trillion of assets. Imagine that. That's like what? At least 10% of our current debt right now. So yeah, it's pretty nuts. UWMC, and I know, bro, it's because of the Trump buying the $200 billion of bonds. But yeah, now it has a catalyst day. You think they let him keep the old tariff money, but not do it? Yeah, I think something like that, or they'll let him keep it, even if they. That's the whole point. Is like that's why I'm saying today how it could have played out. Like even if they let him, even if they said you can't do it, they were just gonna go right away to the other measures that would be slower. So, and then I don't think it was that much. Like we made a lot of money, but I don't think it hit some people in the same way a lot of people were expecting at the beginning of last year. All right, I totally forgot about Redfin. Good guys. If Japan started dropping U.S. treasuries, I have not heard about that. I think dollar is strongest against the yen. But I think they're also I think they're doing stuff with their own bonds, but no, I haven't heard about that, or I can't confirm it. If it does happen, I'll let you know. Citi now expects Fed to deliver 25 basis cut in March, July, and September. Prior forecast was January, March, and September. Oh, dude, bank earnings next week. That's the other thing we were talking about. So, yeah, like Bank of America, I believe, is next week, and then a few others. But, you know, technically, you get the start of earnings. And Chevron moving up. Watch out, because if oil's not moving with that, there might be some individual news. SCI. Space stocks still killing it. Yeah, GE going up too. All right, man, look at the high ticker. I'm surprised the SPY's not moving as much. I think this is just more broadening out, less tech, but yeah, you're almost fully gassed. Three senators call on Apple and Google to remove X Grok from the App Store over sexual images. What? Oh, dude, they're talking about the Grok undress people thing. Yeah. But I don't know if they would remove it. No, so if you don't know what happened, like, so because you could tag Grok, the AI, on Twitter, and it'll answer you and do stuff. And like this was a couple weeks ago, they put the media tab on Grok where you could see the pictures that he posted. And then what everybody started doing, they would take pictures of random people and they would be like, undress this person or put him in a bikini or do all this other stuff. It was pretty weird because like it didn't matter the post, even if it was like an innocent post. People were doing it to a bunch of women. And yeah, but they were even saying like technically that does violate like, I think I forgot the law. It's like it's like assault in a weird way. Or not, what is it? Maybe assault's not the word. But yeah, it's borderline illegal. So they took it down after it got abused by so many people. They said they were going to ban them and do all of that. But yeah, it was if you're wondering, there is a reason why senators would say that. Yeah, well, remember we talked about that? I shared that with you, and I was like, nah, man. We were all laughing at Nana Banana, and I was like, wait a minute. These fucking weirdos, bro. Mm-hmm. Last time the Fed cut, rates went higher. Real rates could come down, even though the Fed not expected a cut. It could. And then that's where Trump, that's why they're doing the bond buying, because then they're trying to get the long end to go down so that it could transfer to rates and consumers and houses and all that. But yeah, but remember though, a lot of this shit going on where like we've started a fucking cutting cycle, dude. We've done a lot of it. Yeah, sexual assault, it violated one of the SA laws. But we've been cutting a lot. And this whole idea from tariffs to inflation, all this shit, dude, the bonds didn't move because of everybody propagandizing all this shit, saying, no, inflation's going to come back. No, the tariffs. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities for either rates or real rates or even just the normal rates to actually come down, considering everything that's gone on. And then vice versa, too. If anything gets bad, inflation, economy, that could also reverse without getting the benefit of temporary low rates. No, it's like under the revenge corn. It's under that law where, like, technically, if you're putting unwanted pictures of people in a sexual manner, it's sexual assault. CETX dying. This thing just lost 3% on the downside. Small cap. SPY hit a high, came down, and Everest thing's still running. They track you through Wi-Fi or HDMI. Oh, yeah. That was a while ago. Isn't it like, it's like a bunch of pings? So, like, they know where you are in your house. I saw something like that. I don't know if I'm explaining it well. Gator boots with the long-term shoots. Good morning. I don't know what happened to CTX. AER. It's on the high up 8. Again, a lot of these are just like grinding up like yesterday did with the staples. And remember, this isn't a rotation. This is everything. Russell is leading, but tech did very good after the tariff stuff. So in a weird way, that was like a point. You know, we could have got more info today. Again, the jobs numbers didn't provide anything new as well. Google 52-week high. But after that, that caused some movement. I don't know. Are we at a all-time high or no? Oh, yeah. Shit. 69.61. No. Was the high the other day 65? So, yeah, you're like 7 points away from the previous all-time high. And then Besson is supposed to come on, but he's not on yet. Good morning. Dude, happy Friday. Isn't that crazy? It's already Friday. We started middle of the week, and I'm really excited for next week. I hope it really picks up, man. Oh, he's live? Where you at, dog? A Basant. Where is he? I don't see the video. I don't know why it doesn't show me it. Or it's not on YouTube. Tag me in it if you have it. A GPN. Oh, there it is. Watch it on X. Yeah.
System, some of whom
he's going to limit the wires.
At Treasury, we are thoroughly investigating the fraud, including funds sent to Somalia through money service businesses which provide financial services outside of a formal bank. These funds could have potentially been diverted to the terrorist organization Al-Shabaab. We have traced where the money went and are examining it. Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, known as FinCEN, along with the IRS, are leading our investigation to examine whether financial institutions have complied with their legal obligations under the Bank Secrecy Act and Treasury's regulations. These requirements are designed to detect money laundering and other illicit activity, counter the financing of terrorism, and safeguard the United States financial system from abuse. Earlier this morning, I met with several financial institutions and made clear we must do more to safeguard our nation from waste, fraud, and abuse. The time has come for accountability. President Trump wants accountability. I want accountability. The American people want accountability, and they will get accountability. That is why I'm announcing several initiatives Treasury is taking to target fraud here in Minnesota. And the Minnesota protocols will serve as a genesis and a launching pad for investigations into other states. First, we have followed the money and identified the money service businesses that may have transferred taxpayer funds overseas. Our team at FinCEN has just provided formal notification to these businesses that they are under investigation. These businesses had an obligation to comply with anti-money laundering laws, and they will be held responsible for any crimes they committed. FinCEN has also issued a geographic targeting order for Hennepin and Ramsey counties that require banks and money transmitters to report additional information about funds transferred outside of the United States. This will put a microscope on these businesses, advance prosecutions, and assist in the recovery of funds laundered internationally. Fraudsters in Minnesota stole at least $300 million meant for children in need, and we must prevent fraud of this scale from occurring in the future. Accordingly, FinCEN today issued an alert to financial institutions that will help them identify and report specific warning signs of fraud in federal child nutrition programs. Fraud must be stamped out early, and this alert will help law enforcement do just that. Our investigators at IRS-CI have played a critical role in uncovering fraud, and the role of the IRS in these investigations will continue. I am pleased to announce that IRS Civil Enforcement is auditing financial institutions that facilitated the laundering of Minnesota funds, in addition to helping support criminal and civil enforcement efforts. The IRS will also soon announce the formation of a task force to investigate any fraud and abuse involving pandemic-era tax incentives and misuse of 501c3 tax-exempt status by entities implicated in the Minnesota-based social services fraud schemes. We are committed to preventing fraud and fraudulent nonprofits from taking advantage of the American taxpayer. Lastly, Treasury is providing training to Minnesota law enforcement on how to utilize financial data, such as suspicious activity reports, to better combat these fraud schemes. We will not let the incompetence and recalcitrance of Governor Walz stop law enforcement from holding these perpetrators accountable. President Trump is dedicated to ensuring honest Minnesotans are not cheated and their hard-earned tax dollars are not being abused. Treasury will deploy all tools to bring an end to this egregious, unchecked fraud and hold perpetrators to account. We look forward to sharing our findings and keeping you all updated. Now I will turn it back over to my team, and I will take some questions from the press. Thank you.
Yeah, core
Thank you so
new
much,
high
Mr. Secretary.
on volume.
We have time for a few questions from reporters. If you would like to ask a question, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question will go to Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. Mary Margaret, please ask your question.
Thank you, Secretary Bessent. I wanted to ask if you could share what role Governor Tim Walz played in any of this, if any, and whether you have any indication that he won't seek re-election because of anything that you may have uncovered so far. Thank you.
I can't talk about ongoing investigations. It's clear that Governor Walz has been negligent in his fiduciary duties as the chief executive of the state of Minnesota, that this would happen on his watch, and we are actively pursuing all leads to see the level of involvement, whether it's limited to just negligence and incompetence, or is something more than that.
Around.
Thank you. I see Fatima with the Associated Press has a question. Fatima, please ask your question.
Hi, thank you, Secretary Bessent, for taking questions on this issue. I have a question related to the task force. Does Treasury plan to work with the Justice Department on this new division for fraud enforcement that was announced yesterday? How are you working to ensure that some of these functions that are all being announced related to the fraud aren't duplicative?
Oh, well, I think the better question is, how did these things slip through the safety protocols, the financial safety protocols that we had in place? So if for a while we have duplicative processes that stop this and bring this to heel, because, and again, this is a larger scandal than Minnesota, then it is all hands on deck. Once we get the huge amount of fraud under control, then we can worry about streamlining the procedures. But as I said, President Trump has instructed several agencies in his administration, led by this new Assistant Attorney General, to end this fraud and recover funds for the American taxpayer.
Thank you. I see Claire Jones with the Financial Times has a question. Claire Jones, please ask your question.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to ask the question and for making time to do this today. You mentioned at the Economic Club of Minnesota yesterday that this is costing U.S. taxpayers $600 billion in fraud. What's your kind of baseline targets for how much you expect to recover with the sorts of measures that you've announced today? And do you have any sorts of timeline to really close this rather substantial gap in what the U.S. taxpayer ought to be receiving?
Well, again, because of the gross incompetence by the Waltz administration and the lack of leadership, we are just putting all that together now. But as I just said to the previous question, all entities in the administration will be pursuing this so that we can get the biggest recoveries possible, and we will see. And we are going to leave no stone unturned, whether it was fraudulent real estate, whether it is money that has been wired overseas. We will be tracking it to the Middle East and East Africa. This is why Treasury is involved. This is what we do. We track, we follow the money, and we intend to follow it as much as we can, prosecute the individuals no matter where they are, whether they are in the Minnesota government or they are sitting in East Africa. We will find them.
Thank you. And I see Richard Escobedo with CBS has a question. Richard, please state your question.
Thank you, Spencer, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for doing this morning.
This is all about
I have
the
two
Minnesota
questions.
shit.
I'm wondering if you can explain
get your movements in.
or elaborate on whether or not you've found any evidence that indicates taxpayer dollars have flowed directly to terrorist organizations. And then I do have a follow-up after that.
Given the geographic proximity and the wires to East Africa, we are in the middle of investigations, and what we have found is highly concerning. I cannot talk about ongoing investigations, but think of the absurdity. Think of the absurdity of money being wired from Minnesota by these individuals that could have come from government programs or from excess benefits. This should not be wired out of the country, and we are going to be cracking down on that.
And then my second question is, you said on Fox last night that as a part of this geographical targeting order, the threshold for surveillance is being lowered to $3,000. Do you anticipate that will be lowered that will also be expanded into other states, that lowered threshold? Do you have any sense on what other states you anticipate having to do this in?
So we have lowered it's called a geographical targeting order, the GTOs. We have used lower thresholds to get at the cartels along the U.S.-Mexico border. And we view this crime as very similar to the cartel's money laundering, many of the same approaches, many of the same shell companies. So we will see where it goes out from here. That will be a starting point. And as I said, Minnesota is going to be the protocols, procedures, and the investigative techniques, as well as the collaboration with other agencies. Minnesota is going to be the genesis for a national rollout.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like we have time for one more question, and that will go to Alana Austin with Newsmax.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much, Secretary Bessent, for your time. I was wondering if there are any specific financial institutions that you think had lax practices that you're willing to name at this time. And also, I'm trying to understand if Somali government officials actually directed individuals from the country to come to Minnesota to exploit vulnerable systems, or whether you think that the bad actors were acting on their own.
With the first question, as I said, we have targeted enhanced investigations for MSBs, money service businesses, in Greater Minneapolis, St. Paul. As they are under investigation, I cannot name those businesses. We will make the details of the investigation available as they become, as we gather further information. And your last question is an excellent one, that we do not know the depth, breadth, and collusion in this financial calamity that Governor Walz has allowed to have happen. That was this directed from overseas? Is it an endogenous flourishing of these fraudsters that Governor Walz allowed to grow right here in the backyard and take advantage of hardworking people of Minnesota? We'll see. So we are going to track this everywhere from top to bottom, and we will get to the bottom of it. And as we have more details, we will make those available.
And that's all the time we have.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for joining. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and that's all the time we have.
Thank you. Sandisk March. Well, you're going to tell us why? Well, you explain why. I think we should get our first one. You know, we still got some time. And I hope y'all did push-ups. So, here, you guys, does it sound good? I hope it sounds good. Hello? Well, you better explain why, but either way, it's time for the coin. So heads, you get banned. Tails, you get to stay. You got to give a reason, bro. You got to give a reason. Here, y'all can hear it flip. The answer? Oh, heads. Goodbye, brother. Goodbye. I think with the delay, he might have it. But yeah. So I don't know. Do you guys think that's a good reasoning? You know, maybe if you want plays this year, I need a reason. And instead of just abada, abba, ata, abba. Yeah. Expensive, bro. Expensive. Woo! And then Bobo. But yeah, man, a couple of things moved, a little bit of tech. Saw Core Weave out of nowhere. But yeah, well, either way, a coin has spoken. You better drop Y. I mean, we could do no plays again. That was nice. Because like I'm saying, man, there's a lot of pumping Rooney. And you're not getting sucked into it. But I like reasoning because that's what I was thinking about. And just how, like, again, a lot of last year was information and, you know, the logic and the reasoning, accurate thought. SGML batteries, it's a little higher. It's not showing up. Yeah, there it is. I don't know what's going on. But SGML. Remember there was all the China battery stuff? But that is 3%, not necessarily on one candle, but climbing up. Oh, where are the banks? Where are the banks? Time. Well, no, I just think just reasoning. Because that's a lot of people have done it so far. Not a lot, but a decent amount. And I want to know why. I'm curious. You got to have a reasoning with it. But most of the time, someone telling you, you know, a lot of people trying to pump their bags. Just get it long term. Oh, hold on. My monitor. Oh, JP Morgan moving. My monitor keeps cutting out. The wire's loose.
Happy New Year. What up, baby? And then Fly's starting to move. That one caught up. So I think Lunar is now only laggard because of the downgrade. Those have been going all day. Very gradually. Yes, TS. Well, Lunar's trying to climb. But yeah, SGML's still going. I don't have any news on that. I'll check again. But we knew about the batteries. Yesterday they didn't move. Yeah, I don't see anything. Batteries. You finally saw Idiocracy. Oh, good for you, man. That's I said that was your guys' homework assignment over the break. Because you guys had time, you know. You didn't want to watch Elf over Christmas. I watched Elf. But you could still, I said it was a good time to catch up on some of the assigned watches and Idiocracy. If you've never seen it, I would get familiar, you know. You're living through like halfway of it already. So it's cool. Damn, bro. Silver. I think today's the beginning of the rebalance. Let me see where those plays are. I still got a couple of them, but I got rid of most of it. Tell me why. Yeah, they're still ripping. They're up 800%. That's just pretty good, just only because it's in the money. You want to get a house in Japan? $50K next to a ski resort? Do you know, are you allowed to rent it? Do you know how it works for rentals there? I don't. But, you know, Japan is not known for expensive real estate. Like, I think in Tokyo and certain city centers, there's, like, really expensive properties. But, you know, remember, Japan, they were for a long... I think you could get a house for $1 in Japan if you really wanted to. So if you're going to use it as a rental, or unless you think you'll get $50,000 of use out of it just by visiting, then yeah, but I don't know how profitable it'll be. Sent a link to a new trader working on the long term. Hey man, I think the long term is the foundation. And if you get that on, you know, it's not like it's going to stop. Sadly, you might be like, man, why the fuck am I going to trade? I'm going to just long term. I think you could do both, but it really locks down a foundation and understanding, builds patience, the budget, all of it, man. And you don't got to, again, I think we're going to let's go to Colt Sister. Yeah, this account is great. And remember, she never raised the deposit. So this has been, and it has 2 years of less time. And it missed out on some of the crazy bottoms, but it's just like, bro, $200 a month, $2,400 a year. And again, at beginning of 2024, it was $8,000, and that's slowly doubled, which is kind of nuts, but it is just a little bit at bare minimum. This is the bare minimum one. And if you are able to follow along with that, like I'm saying, you build, set a strict discipline. You'll know even then it'll establish what you can and can't save, and then you could direct the small amount for more speculative activity. But then it's like you're letting your money grow while you wait for some of the easier opportunities to show up. So yeah, man, a long term. Speaking of which, Arkite. Oh, actually, I want to see. I think Intel is her biggest position now too, because remember she had a lot of cash. And I used her cash for that one as well. There's a lot of limitations on foreigners in Japan. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't even know if you could rent it or not. So you're going to have to do a little bit more due diligence. But like I'm saying, I don't know. But I do know that Japan is not really known for expensive property. Remember their population and the dynamics and how their culture, a lot of things, and even the yen, it's doesn't really fare well for real estate. Yeah, hers is Uber's a close second. Because remember, she got a lot of Uber at like $20 or whatever. So she has $300 more of Intel than Uber. And then she has a lot of Pfizer too. Did you just say Colt's sister is going to be the richest person in Palestine? I know. She did want to move there. She really did. The richest man in Palestine. That's wild. But yeah. Oh, dude, she texted me. I didn't answer because I don't know if I want to educate her community. Because I feel like I don't want to, because I feel like she asks me questions that people ask her. She said, "What is the pizza index?" I'm like, oh no, man. Oh no, man. SGML's still going. Fed GDP nowcast 2.62. Previous was 2.0. Quarter one 2.6 versus 217. So GDP estimates came in a little bit higher. Or the preliminary one for now. And IWM, another 52-week high. All right, so I don't know. We might be moving on that, bro. Lutnick met home builders as Trump boosts affordability push. Trump admin seeking to increase construction. So you're getting some headlines in on that, but GDP numbers come out and then SPY's starting to hit a high, and like literally everything is kind of running right now. Yeah, look at the high ticker. Oh, HD probably would have been a better one. Baidu, Baba. Fucking IWM, bro. Amazing. Yeah, bro, everything's running right now. You're almost maxed out. 75% of the way. You should know the industries that are already up. Tech got a lead. Again, been another big day for space, and then even the mortgage stocks. Like, look at Archite. That's running up on there. I don't know. Actually, a lot of the not the home builders, but like the financial services sides of it. The pizza index, it was right before Venezuela. So right before Venezuela, the Papa John's went up like 700% or something. And then the last couple days, like right before the Iran stuff too. But nothing really, I mean, Iran is like low-key having a revolution right now. And then it went up that day, but like nothing, no major action just yet. Pizza. All right, home builders now nail. Again, you just got a headline on Trump looking to increase construction, and then Lutnick with home builders. But yeah, they're starting to move. And throwing a little bit of tech too. Staples are still up. This is kind of an everything rally. Did we hit a new high yet? You're right below. I think you're 3 points below. Oh no, 1 point. So yeah, like 1.5. So if this keeps going, you'll hit a new all-time high again. So little by little, bro, little by little, it's like you're on the top end of the range that we've been in for the last 3 months. But I mean, technically you are hitting new highs, so that's pretty good, and that's moving along right now, Chatadonia. Good morning. Only 8. Oh, dude, you're 20 minutes off Euro close too. So you got a headline post Euro close. You got tech and the staples going up together, small caps as well. So not looking bad, man. Not looking bad. And oil now, too. SGML is still running. Again, I think the more interesting part about today, SGML, bro, it's 7% now. So that did something. I still don't have a headline on that. But like I'm saying here, the interesting part of today is that this is everything. It's just tech is going up. I think you got we'll get a checkup here in a little bit, but it's not just the staples. It's not rotationary. It's more broadened out all across the board. which is what I think people want for this year. You know, they want to see the other 200-300 names on the SPY, maybe the other 493 go up with tech, or at least everything goes up without tech coming down. And silver still running. Yeah, I don't have anything on SGML, but we caught it on the move early. At the sit. Yeah, NASDAQ is 70 green now. So that was 50-50 earlier. But you 70% of the NASDAQ in the green. Dow now flipped to 20 green on the Dow, 5 to 10 on the low. But literally it was 15 earlier. And then now SPY as well, 316 green, 186. So everything did shift. Again, you had a lot more names red earlier on the SPY, or it was like break even with the Dow, but a couple more names started to move up there. First message of the year is politics. I mean, that was the big driver so far this year. I mean, that Venezuela stuff was big. But yeah, Venezuela and then Iran. Again, not too many people are talking about Iran, but, you know, we saw moves on oil yesterday. And then they literally cut the internet. There's people in the streets. Have you guys seen the videos? I don't think people have even seen it. It's kind of crazy. It's all over Twitter, but anywhere else, like, you won't see it on CNN. I think it's the women, too. There's like, dude, I'm seeing there's like pictures in Iran of like women lighting cigarettes and then using the cigarette to light pictures of the supreme leader on fire. So yeah, this is one of them from yesterday. Where's that other one? That's a picture. Where was that? There was one today that was more aggressive in the morning. Where the fuck did it go? All right, well, maybe not. There's a girl wearing a Make Iran Great Again hat. I didn't know they had those. I didn't know that existed. Mag 7 did this morning. So right after the Supreme Court stuff, it really did move. But if it really, really moves, then yeah, could get crazy. But yeah, you didn't hear it. Again, they blacked out the internet. They did something else yesterday too. And then that correlated with some of the Venezuela timing on oil. All right, home builders taking another leg. SPY's about to hit another all-time high. And yeah, it's broadly everything. Again, 70% of the NASDAQ, about 70% of the SPY as well, and even the Dow. And then Russell is still the leader. NASDAQ at 0.8, Russell at 1.1. SPY 0.6. Let's see the equal weight. Equal weight's up, not as much as the NASDAQ or Russell, but still doing good. So equal weight's about in line with the SPY. And then Core Weave, again, we saw a couple of these little runners here. So that one's still going. Who's the other one? SGML. Fly, that lagged in the morning. Now it's up 10. The other one I don't think is going. Oh, it started new. Oh, my gosh. My manera. SLB, more oil names. And CVS was up, and then that flipped. Or not CVS. CVX, that's still going. And then SLB. I mean, dude, I never thought at the time. You have Iran and Venezuela. You have revolts and the regimes are falling as Americans are going crazy, saying to kill law enforcement in New York City. I can't believe it. It's a weird timeline, bro. It's just the beginning of the year, too. So, hey, man, get ready for it. Like I told y'all, man, midterm year is going to be very, very emotional, I guess, or that is their objective. Everybody going, they doing everything for a vote this year. Did PayPal, that didn't move. Other banks are doing good, though. All right. Did you hit the high or no? Yep. 5965 might be a little lower. No, that was an all-time high. Welcome, my friends. So, yeah, that was a new all-time high. Slowly grinding, bro. Grinding. With all the war, Russia, and seizing boats, would that inflate the price of oil? No, I mean, right now, I mean, the whole idea is that if you gain control of the oil in Venezuela, it'll lower the price of oil. But if there is like a big Iran conflict, that could raise it. And then yesterday, as they voted that Trump can't do further actions, the price went up of oil because that would mean less control of the Venezuela situation. But if if theoretically, if like Iran fell and then you had control of Venezuela oil, and even then it changed even more to the point where, their oil comes offline or it gets controlled by another entity, more oil would lead to a lower price. That's what other people are worried about it in the sense of, if U.S. production added to Venezuela, depending on what happens with Iran, either more or less, then that starts to affect other people like Russia, too, and even China. And then Canada, they're a big exporter of oil, too, and they got a big supply. But it's fascinating, but it's not necessarily that all of these actions, it's like war and conflict could lead to higher oil prices, but if you are controlling Venezuela and then Iran and their regime changes, I mean, there is outcomes where it could lead to lower oil. So we'll see. And for now, I mean, oil is, to start off the year, extremely low. Home builders still going up, dude. And HD. All right, high tickers, a very gradual 70-80% of the ticker has just been running. That Venezuela's oil reserves may have been overinflated and they don't have that many. I did hear about that, yeah. Could be true, I don't know. But they have a decent amount, but isn't it like a debate between like 1 and 7 million a day? And like that could be the possible range. But they have oil. I'm sure we'll find out how much they really have. Oklo selling. Remember, Oklo started off a lot this morning with the meta shit. Estee Lauder, 52-week high. Oh, that's a good one. Some of y'all picked that up very good during the value shopping spree last year. Damn, 113, bro. And then all the oil companies are coming up. Schlumberger, Chevron, XOM, they're all running right now. Well, yeah, you don't want oil too cheap. I think Trump does, especially with tariffs and inflation, but at some point these companies and producers they don't want it too low. But dog, I got gas yesterday. Now granted, I got it at Costco, but dog, $4.19. $4.19, bro. I can't remember the last time I paid close to that. So that was amazing. I'm surprised. And then, though, you want to know what's sad? Because even with Cali, bro, and all the taxes in Cali, why is the price of gas in Mexico expensive? Dude, in some places of Mexico, because I thought Mexico had a bunch of oil too. But, dog, in Mexico, they pay in like $6 a gallon. I thought that was fucked up. Because I thought Cali was bad. But yeah, man, there's places in Mexico pretty expensive. You were there, $2.80. No, it's in liters. That's the price you see is in liters. So you got times it by 3.3. But I saw some expensive gas in Mexico, bro. I don't know if it was a tourist trap. But no, I was actually surprised. And then SPY climbing away. So again, you got the headlines: Trump home builders, 30 minutes post Euro close. Again, high ticker. Almost every single segment is almost maxed out. Again, 70% still, and it's moving. No, bro. 419 was my Costco. I had to go to Costco to get that, but I was still happy. I said, "Wow, that's cheap." Oh, I don't want to. I'll tell you why. You know why I stopped by Costco yesterday? You want to know why? You want me to tell you? Dude, I don't know. Because this happens when I don't drive the cars for a while. If I get in it, my tire pressure. Always lose tire pressure. It sucks. But, dog, have you seen the tire pressure thing at Costco? Dog, it's goated. Bro, you know that every Costco tire center has one of those air pumps. And it's literally the best air pump I've ever used in my life. You just set the number, put it in. Oh, you don't feel like you're going to get shot or shanked? Oh, dude. So, yeah, I had to go get air after the gym. So I stopped by Costco. And then I was like, and it's nitrogen. And then I had to go get, I was like, might as well get gas. And it was $4.19, bro. $4.19. The air pump thing, yeah. It is. I have one, but they're just slow as fuck. That's why I was willing to do the Costco one. It's just easy. Wait, I keep one of those in the back of my car, just in case. The landman says between 65 and 85. The sweet spot. I don't know. Can I do I just start sounding like Mr. What's his name? I forgot his name already. Oh, my goodness. $85. Well, the grandpa. Well, I don't know. Landman is so... My life's crazy. I'd rather drive my head through a wall. What the fuck? That's fun. I saw somebody made a parody of it. It made me laugh. Kennedy. Exactly. I don't know how I blanked on that. A Toyota Sienna Woodland? Isn't that a minivan? And, even Apple's coming up. Again, other tech is doing decent. It's just at least not down. But, yeah, Apple did struggle. But if that starts to pick up, that'll add to it. I mean, momentum is very good for now. Still kind of gradual. You're not getting any, 2-3% pops. But you're melting away. The boosted Honda Odyssey? No. Dude, I saw the, speaking of Costco, it's on the high. Dude, what's it called? The Chrysler Pacifica. I fuck with that car. You know that? I saw a review on the Chrysler Pacifica, and it has a vacuum in the back, and I don't know. I liked it. It's something like if I was gonna get a minivan, I'd probably get a Pacifica. I feel like my soul says Honda or Toyota, but yeah, bro, I saw a Pacifica review once, and I was like, damn, it's kind of dope, man. It's kind of dope. AFP reports more than 50 people killed in Iran's protest. Yeah, it's scary, bro. Like, even those people posting those pictures, I'm like, man, if it doesn't lead to a change, they'll probably get targeted afterwards. It's lifted. They got lifted Honda Odysseys now? Wow. You had a Pacifica as a rental? I might go rent one for a week. I would love it, bro. You know, maybe this year I get a minivan. Maybe I'm in my minivan era. I feel like it's kind of creepy, though. Like, why are you driving a minivan? Got no kids. I like the space. The leg room. You can haul things. Oh, General Mills still going. A lot of value plays are doing good. What was that one I just had up there? Pfizer. This thing's so pinned. I'm gonna get a Ford Econoline. That gets creepy. You know a van I always liked, besides the Pacifica? You know what? These I don't know. We never got one, but I wanted one. You know that? People at church would have them. This is such a creepy looking van now. Back in the day, though, this wasn't creepy looking, okay? Like, it looked really nice. But, like, nowadays, I feel like it just gives you, like, serial killer vibes. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Astro van. Yeah, I don't know. I remember growing up, and I was like, dude. I told my mom to get one. They thought I was insane. But I remember you see big-ass families, bro. They used to mob these around all the time. Actually, it's just kind of creepy looking now. You know what I'm saying? It really looks like you're going to get stabbed, but yeah, bro, I don't know. It was that car used to go really hard. So shout out the Astro van, bro. You had one with curtains? Yeah, bro. It was a luxury car back in the day. I remember it. That was like fly. You should have lifted Astro V. I'm just trying to lift anything, huh? Why not a Prius? Procter Gamble, Clack HD. They're still all going, man. PG loves to just bounce right after that low and then just do it all over again. Used to have an Astro van with 4 kickers. A sub, dog. Damn. I see you, bro. They don't make vans like that anymore, do they? I don't think they do. You got the Safari. It's the same thing, right? Isn't a GMC Safari the same thing? Yeah. It was just like the different... No, it was the same exact thing. Just a little bigger. AMAP, Sky. Again, a lot of things are melting away. I think at this point, you either ride the wave, chill out, or you could go against it. But I took a couple in the morning. They did decent. Venezuela says they have begun exploratory diplomatic phase with the U.S. with a view to reestablish diplomatic presence. Probably keep oil up, too. Oh, Fed Bostic had comments? High-end consumers have been spending. Economy has been resilient. In many ways, U.S. has a long had a K-shaped economy. Now ended pandemic support has buoyed lower income Americans. Inflation issues are still one of the main challenges. This guy. Archite, man. Hello, BB. I don't know why I forgot about the Redfin thing. Shit. Archite hasn't been up here since 2021. BB. Hershey's now. It's another value and staple. Let's see. Equal weight is just doing almost exactly the same as the SPY. Again, you're like right near the all-time high. Russell's still leading in tech, and it's about 70% in the green. Have I played with local LLMs? Yeah, man. We were talking about that at the end of last year. That was kind of one of the shifts people are getting ready for, is that it's not really, not all chat GPTs and these chat bots and what people are using online, but switching to local. And that's why even like Amazon, they're trying to get involved because local LLMs would hurt cloud storage. But yeah, man, they're very, it's kind of the next wave. There's been a lot of talks of vibe coding. That's been, everyone's going crazy over Claude Code, but you guys should have known about that. So we'll see, but I don't know. I feel like last couple months, it's kind of been the same setup with local LLMs and the vibe coding developments, but now I do think there's been rumors of AGI in certain advancements, and that was the tinfoil from yesterday, is that the whole RAM pricing is like low-key a guardrail of AI safety. So people like, think about it. Like, why the fuck is AI, why is RAM going up? You could give it a lot of reasons, but one nefarious explanation is that it's to slow people down with AI and limit what people are doing because it's crazy. Would I invest in a startup like that? If it's pre-revenue, no. I don't like pre-revenue companies. I'll pay the premium and come late to the party, but as long as it comes with money. But I'm not a fan of pre-revenue. Oh shit, dude, I'd buy this. Bro, Astro Van remake. I would get one of these. That goes hard. I'm down, bro. I'm down. And then again, 916 is still mad early. So 0.5%, 1% almost on the NASDAQ. Again, more of those real estate names are still going. That was the ones in the morning. So see, it's either going to give back and kind of settle here, or we're going to kind of keep melting up. Bostic, job market's been cooler, but not clear that it's fundamentally weaker. No hire, no fire continues to be the key labor market. Memory is one of the real keys. Well, then again, I mean, we were talking about it, like AGI and the singularity, but some people were saying that, last couple weeks, some people have reported like crazy advancements with AI. I don't know if it's legit or not, but there is people hinting that we've made a breakthrough with AI. But I do think that once if we really do, we will see it. Like you wouldn't even have to debate it. But yeah, there's rumors going around. But I'm excited to see what happens in that space. Because even again, 12 months, all last year, what we went through with AI, the chatbots, the DeepSeek moment, the training, and then all the way down to local models. It's going to be very interesting what comes next. But I mean, I don't know what the runway is, but I feel like what comes next, we should be getting closer to it. And then maybe then if there really is a breakthrough, I mean, some of the futuristic stuff might be right around the corner. So we'll see. HDBG food plays are going up. Conagra. All right. Give me a sec. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cold News on Twitter.
An investor,
God bless America. Oh, he's saying FedEx?
3 years.
We gonna get CNBC
2%
pumping
yield.
our plays,
It's
dog?
a stock that isn't having the problems with Amazon that
man.
UPS is. And I think management deserves
All right,
a premium.
BRB.
So for us, it's a name we didn't own, and I'm happy to enter the trade.
You know, I'd love to buy FedEx. I've been dying to buy FedEx, but I'm restricting it because our company, Nimble Robotics, which is fully automated warehouse, has a major
really?
partnership with FedEx. But when you take a look, and this really hasn't been talked about, when they grounded the fleet, the air fleet, that was a disruption to their revenue and to their earnings, but yet they still came out in the quarter and reported an upside surprise. So the management of the company, financial management, is much stronger now, and also saying to Amazon, no, we're not going to keep taking losses on your ground packages is, you know, helps the profitability.
It's
a great company.
It's part of a positive call today from B of A, which has upgraded FedEx to buy from neutral. It also takes a look at Wabtec, reiterates that name as its top pick. FedEx target goes to 365. WAB's target goes to 253. Jim, you own WAB.
Yeah, I like Wabtec, but there's a problem lurking out there that we've got to be aware of here, which is the transcontinental railroad being put together, potentially Union Pacific buying Norfolk Southern. When mergers happen, equipment demand goes down, and that could potentially affect Wabtec's multiple. Offsetting that, and the reason that I'm sticking with it is because we are supposedly rebuilding a manufacturing base here in the United States that will require a lot of freight traffic. Should mean there's a lot of locomotives being built, a lot of rail cars being repaired by Wabtec.
I look at other areas of the market that have done quite well, and remember, the only reason really that we spend any bit of time on the mega cap conversations because of Jim's move in Alphabet. But if you look at the stack of sectors that have done well, energy, it's the second best sector so far this year. It's obviously in the news heavily. CEOs of these companies are going to be at the White House today, and we'll hopefully have pictures for you about that, or maybe we'll catch up with some of them. Brian Sullivan will later on in the day, and if we do get that, we'll show it. I mentioned that because SLB, Schlumberger, is up 15.5% year to date. You have another new buy, and it's that name. Yeah, common theme here. Don't be afraid of getting into names that are up a lot.
Well, I'm hoping they go higher. So it's always a nice, it's always a nice reward to look back at a stock that you bought lower, which we did on Tuesday. So I think the stock's up 10% since then. This wasn't a purchase as a result.
Whoa, that was a weak reaction.
It's a theme that we
from a
started
CNBC
last
pump.
year, leading into industrials and energy.
And now they're
we own
talking
Chevron,
oil.
We own SLB now. We have Marathon Petroleum.
So I was in the bathroom. Do you guys want a fun fact? You guys want me to share a fun fact with you? Not about my bathroom, but about the presidency bathroom. Did you guys know that Abe Lincoln, by the time he died, he never used toilet paper? Did you know that? Toilet paper was invented a couple years after Abe Lincoln. Homeboy never got to use toilet paper. Are you ready for another one? Bro, they didn't even have a toilet in the White House. You could go look this up. There was not a toilet in the White House during Abe Lincoln's presidency. The White House did not have indoor plumbing until Millard Fillmore. So that means Lincoln would use a pot or like a makeshift toilet and like outhouses. Yeah. Ain't that crazy? So yeah, fun fact. I thought about that. I learned that over the break. I just got reminded of it. I was going to the bathroom. I looked down. I saw that toilet paper. I said, wow, praise God. That's amazing. You know, because we got toilet paper. That's dope, bro. That's dope. Yeah, Tesla's right all day. All day. Go look it up. You don't believe me, man. There's a lot of fun facts like that. Now home builders again. Another leg on Lennar. Well, I'm glad y'all got. I see y'all had the same reaction I did. I said, I'm going to look that up. I said, what the fuck you mean he ain't have toilet paper, bro? Yeah. You gotta take it for granted, man. Take it for granted. You all got toilet paper. Y'all act like toilet paper. You got 1-ply, 2-ply, 3-ply. I have to carry. You know the farm? You can only. It has a fucking septic tank. So you can only have like 1-ply toilet paper. It's whack, bro. It's whack. How can we price that? Well, maybe related to like AGI. Maybe AGI is going to figure out something better. And be like, humans wipe their ass with paper. Why not do this? And they're going to find a way to like make a fire hose or something. I don't know, bro. I don't know how we could innovate that. Have you seen vacuums? I would always compare myself to Lincoln. Maybe I'll stop. I shit in a toilet. Well, did you guys know that they have to dispose of the president's shit in a distinct manner? Let me put it this way. The president's shit, all of them, is a matter of national security. So like when you're on like Air Force One and like a bus and whatever, he has to like shit into like a toilet, and the toilet like wraps up in foil, and somebody has to dispose of his shit confidentially. It's odd. I know. If you didn't know this, go look it up. And y'all know, man, y'all ain't gonna believe me. Y'all just think I'm way too fascinated with shit, which I kind of am. I fart a lot. I've been doing it my whole life, so. President poop disposal. That might not give me the search results I was looking for. Oh, where was I can't find the video. I saw it once. It was like how it's made, but not the poop, the disposal. Well, the more you know, Chad. The more you know. Oh, Reddit on the low? Are people... I don't know, man. I've been saying this since last year. That straight up, like, I don't understand how Reddit has literally gotten away with so much. I feel like eventually people are going to get pissed at it. But then again, though, what would happen if Reddit got banned? Where would all of them go? I mean, they're already on the internet, but I feel like it would just be, I don't know. Yeah, it's true. AI does use it a lot. Spy going up. Mm-hmm. Even equal weight. So actually, equal weight's starting to run a little bit harder. So yeah, man, ever since Euro closed, and then again, a lot of the action started after the tariff delay. Honey, is Whirlpool up again? I did good yesterday, but not as much today. Planter. Where's XBI? More home building, Habibi. So yeah, all of those are still continuing from the morning. The ones related to all the Trump stuff, some more than others. Like OPAD, that was one of them. Was it BLNE? That one didn't move. Arquite, Estee Lauder. My monitor's tweaking, bro. Read it on the low with volume. So I don't know. We'll see if there's something. Somali migrant Maine councilman Iman Osman resigns after being implicated in fraud. Blames racism. He was sworn in a few days ago. Faces charges for theft of a firearm. Shit, dog. What? Well. T-Tech. Didn't someone ask me about that one yesterday? Or was that today? Dude, Hershey's always does this, but yeah, dude. It really was just that 180. Even then, the earlier was at 160, man. I wish we got it. Wasn't it? It was at 130, 140. I know some of you got it. We were talking about it. But everything was cheap then. There was a lot of things that were good priced, but man. I like Hershey. I had a lot of chocolate. I even like, usually on Halloween, I wouldn't even get I don't like the little Hershey bars. I only eat Hershey's bars when I have s'mores. But I had those Halloween candies, bro, and I started eating one of them. And then I put the little Hershey's mini ones in my yogurt. And I was like, you know what, man? This goes hard. So, yeah, I wish I got some Hershey's. Hey, we got Chipotle, though. I had a lot of... I feel like I had a lot of Chipotle last year. I figured I used it a lot. So I got it, man. You don't think they figured out how to take DNA from a tomb and put it in a particle collider and incorporate it into AI? Dog, what? But honestly, you want me to get crazy with you? I could get crazy. You know that 30 minutes before philo? I'll get crazy if you do a push-up. How does that sound? You guys want to stand up, move around a little bit? Does that sound good? I'll give you something crazy. I'll give you the craziest tinfoil. I don't think y'all want the tinfoil. This is too crazy. You got talking DNA from a tomb, particle collider. I could give you craziness, dog, but you gotta take care of your body, okay? Be like, Josh, but what if we actually put our body in the particle collider and then we don't ever have to work out? You can't do that, man. You can't do that. You know that? You gotta watch out, though, because sometimes, I told you, I had that one friend. This was like 15 years ago. This guy was terrible. He borderline destroyed his life. And this was 20 years ago almost. And his whole logic was well, in the future, we're going to be able to live forever. Technology will fix everything. So he didn't do jack shit. So although there may have been a little bit of truth in that, you should do a push-up, bro. Okay? You should do a push-up. So get beside your desk, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you. Get some good posture. Just move around. Do a jumping jack. You guys want to do jumping jacks? I'll do a jumping jack. I'm going to do a jumping jack. I don't know. When did we do jumping? I'm doing jumping jacks right now, bro. I think the last time we did a jumping jack was in 2020, bro. Woo! Man, it's kind of fun. Feel like we're in PE. Listen, if you do 20, I'll give you a bag of chocolate milk. What? Woo! It's kind of tiring, bro. All right, man, I need to move around a little bit. And then I'll get you some crazy tin, bro. I'll get you some crazy
The
tin.
best way to alleviate an aggressor in the major war in Europe is what's their number one source of income? It's crude oil. Now, we wrote about this 2 years ago. You pressure that crude oil down to $40 a barrel, it's going to really shut off the ability for Russia to be an aggressor in the war in Ukraine. And I think that's part of the goal.
Interesting. You mentioned the move today. WTI is up about 3% here. I didn't mention Iran, but you did, Mike. That's why?
Yeah, well, there's political unrest on Iran. One thing Iran, as we know, part of Iran did invade Israel, and that didn't work out so well. So to me, the trend against some of these kind of aggressor countries is going negative, and particularly Iran with a crude oil producer. But the thing to remember is crude oil's beat up. It's a bear market. You get the best bounces in bear markets, but I think most traders are waiting for bounces like this, maybe waiting to see something pop into a 60 handle so they can reset those shorts, and sell forward against and bring on that additional production.
Fascinating. Reset those shorts. Mike, great to see you, and I appreciate it very much. Mike McGlone with us live on Bloomberg with our eyes on crude oil just about 2 hours ahead of the meeting at the White House. Right now, shares of ExxonMobil up 1%, Chevron's up 2%, Valero is heading lower. The refiner is down 3.5%.
So that meeting
as we
today
wait for news from
with
the
all the
White
oil
House.
producers.
We'll assemble our political panel next.
I'm doing arm circles
Yesterday
with
was
a little
an
ball.
important day on Capitol Hill, and we'll tell you why right here on Bloomberg.
Amen, bro. Good, bro. Feels good. You know that? The gym is great. The gym is a scam, bro. You know that? I feel like I got in too deep. Oh, shit. Ball fell. But yeah, bro, the gym is a scam. You know that? I scam myself. I hate it. I hate getting old, man. You know that? It's a scam. All of it's a scam. Because if I don't go to the gym, I'm still sore. You understand? Like, if I don't work... Yeah, Reddit's dumping, bro. 5 point... It could just... I mean, it makes big moves like this where everyone's like, it's this all homegrown terrorism. But I feel like they're not going to do anything about it. They've been not doing anything about it. But, yeah, man, if I don't work out, I'm sore. I'm still tight. I still, like, it hurts to not work out. And then if I work out, I'm sore. It's like a different type of sore. And then I'm like, that's why. And then I'll work out every day and get sore. I'm like, okay, I'll take a break. I'll rest up. It hurts. I'll go back in. I'm sore. It's a scam, bro. But it does feel better to work out. But it's still, man, they be scamming hard, bro. Scamming hard. Okay, I got one or two more circles, bro, and we'll be good. Oof. Doot. See, that's why I played in the back. So it's not too quiet. Home gym? I do have a home gym. I was thinking about it. I might have to use it until all the January people leave. Or until everybody stop getting sick. But yeah, I got one. I got one. Man, then Reddit, that is declining pretty largely. Oh, Intel's climbing up too. Choose your pain, dog. Choose your for real, dude. It's so dumb. I hate it, dude. I hate it. So, yeah. But, okay, are you guys ready? You ready? Spies, I'll give you the crazy 10. New 52-week. Oh, shit. Is that real? Okay, that wasn't real, but it looked like big volume. Man, Intel's climbing up again. So here's the deal. Are you ready for this? the tinfoil, if you want to talk particle colliders and tombs, is that Venezuela, it was like a year ago, or like earlier in the last year, there was a discovery of a lost society. So there was an archaeological discovery of like a society we didn't know about, even with like a different language, that was in Venezuela. It was an archaeological discovery. And they're saying the tinfoil is that's why they want Venezuela, to get that information, and it's a fight over it. Now, where does this idea come from? Because in like in 01, I believe, there was another discovery like that in Afghanistan and Iraq. Again, an archaeological discovery and then a war. So yeah, that's where your tombs and article colliders come into play. I don't know what the fuck I just said. I'm like, yeah, there you go. There's more tin for you. It's very interesting. They're fighting over ancient technologies and info. It'd be cool if we could ever find out, but, I guess we'll have to wait. Let's go AI. Well, yeah, don't even. There is, bro. There's nothing new under the sun. So I think arguably some societies probably had crazier tech that we still probably don't know about. Yeah, that's why they want to get into ancient civilization. Especially if there's other language and stuff you didn't know about. How did they build the pyramids? Don't even get me started. I think you got to look it up. Just look up Venezuela archaeological discovery. It's from like 2024, I think. And then Tesla again. Bonds are going to finally chill out. And fucking Intel, dude. Intel, home builders, Archite, AMC. Wow, it's been a long time. Oh, dude, AMC, it is kind of ripping. AMC up 14%. You know what? I like AMC, not as a stock, but dude, that little cartoon. Did you guys, you see that cartoon, David? It's like a Bible cartoon movie. Disney Hold'em, bro. Disney Hold'em. So like, there's this archaeological shit. This cartoon, a little Jesus cartoon about the story of David, and it was showing in theaters over Christmas. And Disney got mad and like pretty much started directing theaters to not show it. And like literally, bro, the only place you could find it was at AMC's. Literally in San Diego, they would only show it once or twice at the weirdest times. And then only AMC was showing it. Fucking Adam Aaron. I don't know why, bro. I always be there is still a very alive and well GME community. You know that? I've seen some of them have realizations. I've seen some people kind of be frustrated and talk about it. And they'd be like, man, if I just put my money into anything instead of GME. But there's still like some real believers, bro. I think I saw it the other day. Someone said GME is going to 100 and they're all going to retire. So I don't know if the AMC community is that strong, but their ringtone is I am a survivor. I'm a survivor. I'm gonna hold it. I'll keep on buying. I'm a survivor. Dude, just get it long term. It's in GameStop. Yeah, I don't know. Tesla. I got a long term. That was a good song, bro. That was a good song. What was another one? Cinemark? CMK. So yeah, I don't know. You're AMC though. A little movement. Where is Disney? Yeah, bro. They were hating though. I can't believe it. Disney stayed after that little low, man. It stayed kind of stable. No, I don't run that account. I never did. He just pretends to be me. But that's why if you follow it, I'm going to block you. They just listen in. That's why you'll notice, even on the delay, you still have a jump on all of them. But yeah, so if you follow that account on Twitter, I'll block you. Scammy. I'ma survive. You're down 150 on AMC? Excuse me? Were you not here when we did it? I still have the email, I think. Let me find it for you. This is probably one of the best emails. And then so many people hold me on this, and people bring this anytime I do something they don't like. That literally, these guys, they ain't even prayed to Jesus or celebrated Christmas their whole life, and they like, you going to hell, Josh. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? AMC going to hell. That's what I type in my email. Oh, no, it didn't. Did I? No. AMC heaven? I got to find it. Yeah. Oh, where is it? Oh, come on. Hold on. All right, here, let me find it for you. So yeah, cause you guys know we made a lot of money on AMC. It was actually really good. This one isn't. I can't find the other one. It didn't show. I don't know why. Sometimes when I search for emails lately, they come up a lot different. So yeah, but you could have just sold your shares instead of putting them back on the market. You held for this long to sell while it's on the low. AMC is going high as Jesus. If you're such a Jesus boy, you would have held them. Crazy to lose you as a supporter. You backed us when the vote happened, now you're gone. Well, yeah, so remember I told you guys got mad at me when a homeboy running the company was fucking pillaging it. You know what I'm saying? Fucking pillaging it. We bought it at $2, $2 to $5, sold out at $40. Even did another 20 grand in cover calls, and then told everybody how he was scamming you. And then they got mad when I said, okay, he gonna keep scamming if y'all let him get away on the first scam. And here we are, bro. Here we are. So that's sad, but I don't know. Maybe if you weren't here, no worries. But if you were here and took that loss, I hope you did learn from it and never repeat that again. Again, they try to get me demonetized. I got demonetized for like 30 days just for explaining a fucking SC-13 of Ryan Cohen on the other one. What was that? BBBY? And we made a decent amount on that one too. But yeah, it's crazy. Well, that was a good time. I liked it. I'm a lauter. You see that? I might show you that one because I wired out and I'm rebuilding one. I'm gonna see if I could do what I did last year. Very good time. You remember that summer? Oh, I remember all of it, bro. Dude, no, they hold it on. That guy. I don't like Ryan Cohen. I really don't. I've never liked him. And motherfucker, it's funny though, because people are starting, they're like, maybe he's just a dumbass. But dog, my girl, she loves Chewy. You know that? She actually buys her dog food off of Chewy. It's kind of crazy. It is actually kind of crazy. So, and then, bro, she'll be like going on there, and then she'll be like, should I get this? Should I get I'm like, get the fuck, stop buying random dog toys. You don't need a dog outfit. Like, yeah. Sad. I think Adam Aaron's a little worse. Adam Aaron, though, you should have saw it coming. That one, I just can't believe it. There was a time. That was, again, a lot of people were new, but that's what I'm saying. I really hope you got to really learn. Like, a lot of people didn't understand. They're like, no, this guy's, if we give him the right to dilute us, he is going to do the right thing and not be more. At one point, Adam Aaron made more money in a year as a CEO than fucking Elon Musk. So, yeah, bro, it's amazing. I don't think there's anything on Reddit. I don't know. It could be bad vibes from the protest and shit. But yeah. Chewy. I mean, dude, on Chewy, it's not bad prices. Obviously, their toys come from China and shit. But, like, the food is the same exact price. And you get it delivered to your door. So I'm like, man. I know. It's actually very convenient. Because theirs is all, they get a lot of volume. The margin's not high. But it's just like, that's why, like, the price and everything, they only make like 1%. But, it's really not bad. But that's how they get you. You buy the food and you're like, ooh, I'm going to buy 10 other things. At least that's what my girl does. Adam Aaron, you met him a bunch when he was with the Sixers. Oh, wait, I forgot. What did he do with the Sixers? That's crazy. He didn't play, did he? I see, that's crazy. And Allen Iverson passes it to Aaron. Aaron in the post. Takes off his pants. What? You guys, you have to be there for COVID. It's not. It's different. You heard bad things about Chewy from your dog groomer? What? Uh-oh, what is it? I've heard bad things about Fresh Pet. Fresh Pet will fuck your dog up. That's what they said. But, yeah, I didn't know Chewy. I just know Ryan Cohen's a little fucker. Dude, Tesla again, bro. 900 highs on the day. Not bad. They sent you a painting of your cat when they died? Oh, wow. How did they know? You had to have told them. Otherwise, I'd turn into a conspiracy theorist right away. Pattern group. Spot had that little flush earlier. It didn't look like new. I was speaking. Oh, yeah, now you guys want to run up Chewy? They're like, okay, Josh thinks it's a good deal. Well, it is. You got to objectively look for it, but don't take my word for it. I still think he's a dickhead. He's a bitch. Okay. No, thank you. Thank you for your time. They love Chewy. Her wife manages a vet. Believe me, I never liked the stock, and I never liked Ryan Cohen, but yeah, I looked at the price of the dog food. You know, they go, and they deliver it to your door. It's for literally the same price. Because I remember, bro, like, carrying a fucking big-ass bag of dog food from Costco. It's sad. They should charge the shipping, like UPS and shit. How are they making all the postmen do all this shit? They making them do all, that's crazy. Dude, he bought a gold mine and he's still not the richest person in the world right now. How? It's amazing, brother. It's amazing. He went in, and the weirdest time, diluted the fuck out of everybody. Instead of selling popcorn, he said, we gonna buy a gold mine. Buys a gold mine. Gold proceeds to quadruple. And how did nobody get paid? So yeah, bro. Sad. It's a sad, cold world. Won't lie. Won't stop till the gold is done. Actually, speaking of which, gold is kind of dumping a little, and silver. Is it HYMC? Is that it? That sounds familiar. Do they even own it? Or what happened? Yeah, this is it, I think. It looks like the AMC chart. But what's up with that? Like, how? You list your pets on the website and you took his profile down and he knew? Wow. Well, that is sweet. Sorry for the loss, too. Yeah, they care. Didn't he sell it off? I don't know. I don't know much about it. But how did nobody get paid? I'm holding on time. Free popcorn for shareholders. I remember that. He's like, hey, I'm about to take 80% of your value, but I give you a free popcorn. It has sold the majority of its stake in Highcroft as of late 2025, but owns a small position. So they had 2 million shares, and they had 1 million warrants. They made $24 million in cash for AMC. Didn't he invest like $200 million? What the fuck? They kept 64,000 common shares, and then a warrant to purchase 1 million additional at $10.68. That's not too bad. So they own 22% of the whole company in 2022. That's crazy. That's amazing, bro. I mean, yeah, well, didn't everybody think everybody thought what's it called? They thought remember with the GameStop, they're like, he's buying Bitcoin. Then he finally buys all the Bitcoin. When Bitcoin does nothing, it's fucked, bro. But either way, shout out to boomers who bought silver. Y'all did it right. Y'all did it right. I'ma hold on time. I'm gonna save it. Why'd you have to bring up that song? I haven't heard that song in so long. And well, Tesla's gonna keep going. SanDisk 52-week high. Habibi. Oh, there was a reverse split for so. Well, it says they got the rights at $10. Yeah, I don't know how that played. He broke even on the Bitcoin? I don't know, man. It's weird. Well, that's why I think last year was easy in some ways, and you could have just bought RAM to outperform, but there was a lot of humbling moments of like certain assets that people thought would go crazy just did nothing, and then fucking literally the rocks, literally gold and silver rocks would have doubled your money, which is insane. Your dad is Silverbug, but he's a real OG. He ain't even selling at this price. I feel, man. I want to sell just because, I like to make things free. I could sell 1 block of silver, and it will pay for so much. But then I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Like, I don't know where I put the money. So if I don't have any plan to put it somewhere, I don't think I should sell it. So I think it's quite fascinating, man. It is quite fascinating. But yeah, I know a lot of people in the church, a lot of older people. We talked to that one gold guy. One of the Chads owns a gold and silver shop. And it was fascinating how, because again, a lot of boomers, literally a lot of old people, they bought even silver. They're just like you. When it went crazy, they bought it at the last peak, 10, 20, 30 years ago. But then, they got gold or silver they're trying to sell, but then literally it's like a different type of silver. So the older the silver, the different type of silver content, which that blew my mind. I didn't really think about that till he told me. Baker Hughes rig count. And again, that's going to be an event. I didn't really think about it, but you are going to get the oil event here today with the people in Venezuela and the companies at the White House. So, Steve, again, these guys already kind of ran. AstraZeneca declining. A couple biotechs on the low. Judge says they'll block Trump admin to move to end 10,000 Latin American migrant status. All right, Chad. Happy Friday. Little by little, the day has gone on. But you need a break. We need to talk about life and feel. I got a good one for you. You know why? I got your first video of the year. I got a clip I want to play you. So, Chad, if you would like to join Philo, we're going to switch the videos. It should take you there. I'll post it in the chat. It's free. You guys have all been able to chat, so use it appropriately. But if you are going to be on some ho shit, we will not tolerate it. So I'd love for you to join. Otherwise, I would love for you to find your tribe. And if you really want to argue with people or you want somebody to agree with you, there is a new invention called Reddit. You should check it out. For real, bro, I'm telling you, you can find Chevron's going back up again. But yeah, you can find all sorts of things. The Intel news was from last night and this morning. Pretty much Donald Trump just put a post out saying he met with Liputan. He's a great investor. Very, very happy with what he's doing. And that's it. So yeah, other than that, I'll see you guys there. And then you have a wonderful day if I don't see you. But it's a Friday. So we could enjoy it. I mean, market's still doing good. There's going to be a little bit of action. LVS dumping right now in SMR. You might get some, but for the most part, we're going to glide into the close. You should, if you were here in the morning, you've been fully prepared on the drivers. And then again, we'll still get some stuff during Philo, but we're going to switch the priority around. I'm not a trader. I don't want to trade no more. I'm not a trader. I just long-term a lot. Stop it. Hey, it's time for Philo. Start getting these fucking 1920 ass songs stuck in my head. You know that song used to feel so old. Imagine you be singing Fetty. If you say in the club on a Tuesday to a Gen Zer, they're going to think you oldish. Anyway, all right, man, we got to go. I love you all. I'll see y'all at Philo. Should take you there, man.